basic rules and some of the stuff that we expect, and go through appeals and reporting and all that kind of stuff, so every driver is aware of what is going on. Firstly, it's great to see so many of you racing. It promises to be a great race. We had really good qualifying last night. It's good to see so many teams turn up and qualifying as well. The stream was really good, so maybe that's something we'll continue going through the year, but as a test event it was really good, so thank you for doing that. Firstly, we're going to go through some of the server limits. Obviously, we know there has been problems with the Kunos servers this morning. We are aware and are keeping on top of that. We obviously know that Kunos always have a tendency to try and break servers on endurance days, so we will be keeping a close eye on the server. If there is issues, we will be communicating them very clearly and very often as well, to keep you guys all in the loop. We will be enforcing a limit of 2 drivers connected at any one time to a team. Unless you are driver swapping, then you may increase that to 3. If anyone is seen breaking this rule, you may be given a penalty. It just helps with server latency issues. And like I said, any team breaching the rule will be penalised. We will enforce with the penalty guidelines as well. So that'll be at the discretion of the stewards. So just to go through things like racing etiquette, drivers must drive in a predictable manner for the whole race. Late defensive moves, either mid-straight or on the brakes, may result in penalties being applied. Headlight flashes should only be used once when making a move on a lap car. Continuous use to attempt to put off drivers in front is not acceptable, and if spotted will be penalised. Of course, you are feel free to report anything like that as well. We do encourage drivers not to wait if they feel they are the cause of an incident. This has a tendency to cause more incidents, so please don't wait. Just carry on with your race and let the stewards do their job. The intentional removal of any pit lane speed limiter markers, trackside boards within any session will result in a 30-second stop-go penalty applied during the race. So please do not take any of these boards out. It just ruins the race for other drivers as well. Abusing the pit lane speed limit to gain an advantage through upshifting or speeding out the pit lane in pre-race sessions will result in a drive-through penalty as well. We've seen some of that recently in some of our league races, so we are being very hot on it and keeping an eye on it. Again, if you spot it, you can report it using the manual report sheet. Race start, your driver obviously doesn't on this occasion need to be the driver that qualified last night. Because of it being a different day, you can start with any driver in your team. If any serious incidents happen on lap 1, we may call it causes a red flag. We may call a red flag, and that will be indicated through the in-game chat as well as on Discord as well. If you feel there is a red flag, please don't message the in-game chat saying red flag. Please don't message me saying red flag. It is at the head steward and the steward's discretion. We will make a judgment call on it, and if we would choose to fly a red flag, we will let you know as soon as we have made that decision. This decision is down to the race director. We'll just run through the blue flags rule then. So the process below is the faster car must ensure they pass safely, and the slower car must allow the move to happen. The faster car may flash to inform of the intention to pass, as we stated earlier, but this should only be done when you're about to make the move and not from miles down the road. Excessive or inappropriate flashing may incur penalties, as I stated previously. Make sure the pass happens on a straight or before the corner. Any failure to make intentions into a corner clear will put that driver at fault. If the faster car has made the intention to pass clear, failure to allow the move to happen, again, will incur penalties. Please be aware there are stint timers for this race. There is a 75-minute stint timer. That is how long a driver can drive before having to go into the pits. And there is also total drive limits, and these can be monitored via your HUD in-game. Penalties then, so we will be using automatic instant identification during this race. And we will see any contact that the game detects, and we will then base our penalties on that if needed. If you feel that an incident has occurred, and has not been picked up by the automated, which you all have access to the sheet. It's all in the 12 hours race control. If you don't see it on the sheet, please then feel free to do a manual report. We do encourage manual reports as well. Don't heavily rely on the automatic system. As much as it's great, we do need them manual reports. Even if you don't see it and it actually is there and it's duplicated, at least we've seen it and we're aware of it. Yeah, like I said, please do use that form. All items will be investigated and a decision posted in game and in the race control channel. So I will be popping in game and I will be popping it in the Discord channel. So please be aware that's where you will get all the information. All incidents investigated will be listed on the Google Sheet outlining the incident and the relevant decision from the stewards. This will be linked again in the race control channel. Live stewarding will be watching the event and tracking in-game incidents to note potential incidents. I'll quickly run over the penalties, although you can read it yourself. Basically, if you're between your first penalty and your third penalty, you may either get a 5-second penalty, a 10-second penalty, or a 20-second penalty, depending on the incident severity. Any fourth penalty your team will receive, you will get 15 or 30 seconds of penalties. And then if you go 5 or above that, you will either get a 30-second penalty or a 30-second stop-go penalty. We may decide to warn drivers as well. So each team will get 3 warnings for the entire race. If there's no warnings left for your team, you will get a minor incident. Where continuous penalties are given, so anything past 5 penalties or severe rule breaches for like intentional wrecking and things like that, the team in question may be disqualified if they're deemed to be dangerous. So please be aware of that. Lap 1 penalties: if a team causes an incident on the first lap, a severe penalty will be applied. So please be aware of that. Lap 1, we do punish quite severely for that. If a team is be determined to be the cause of a red flag, if one is thrown, then the appropriate penalty will be applied on the race restart. Unsportsmanlike conduct, such as intentional wrecking of cars, may result in immediate disqualification for a team. And further from that, you will be banned from ONID racing as a whole. So please be aware of that. If an incident is deemed severe enough, a 5th incident penalty will be applied at the steward's discretion. So just because it's your first penalty or your second penalty, if it is particularly bad, we will be giving you a 5th incident penalty. But like I said, you can see all this information on the Enduro rules if you want to. And if you've got any further questions, you can give me a shout. If you require further explanation as to why a penalty has been applied, please contact the race director accordingly. You can message me. I am the race director today, but if you want a reason for it, I can give you a reason, although the reasons will be on the sheet. If you are appealing, I will not be talking to any drivers. They need to use the appeal form. That manual report is about appeals as well. Stewards' decisions are final, so please don't bitch and moan about it. We are doing our best. We are a team of 5 today throughout the 12 hours, so we'll be doing our best to get the decision spot on and consistently as well. If an automatic penalty is applied for such items as speeding in the pit lane or track limits, these will not be removed. Do not message me about them. If you've made the error, then that will stay. However, if a team is disqualified for speeding in the pit lane, this will be reviewed and may be removed by race control. And then if we catch it and undisqualify your team, you then be given a stop-go penalty to take once you are back out on the track. Any reports raised within the last 10 minutes of the race may be reviewed post-race. Obviously, we will try our best to get them out before the end of the race, as it may affect the results, but please be aware that we may have to do them post-race depending on how busy we are. Appeals: if you're unhappy with a penalty, you can appeal the decision. Obviously, you can do this via the manual report and ensure you clearly outline why you believe the penalty is incorrect. Otherwise, it will be rejected. Just don't send me one saying appeal and then expect me to look at it again and need reasons why. When we receive an appeal, we will remove the penalty until it's reviewed. We'll try our best to get to these as quick as we can. If it's a drive-through for a reason, you've been given a drive-through by the stewards, and then you appeal very quickly, we will remove it straight away. We will try and be very quick on that. Once reviewed, the outcome will be posted in game and race control Discord channel. Again, like we would do a normal penalty. Just some additional things. Please don't discuss incidents in any public forum. That is on Discord. That is in-game chat. If you want to discuss with another team, you may do so, but you can do so via DMs. I don't want to see any instant chat in our channels, or I will be giving penalties. If there is a server issue or any problems during the race, this will be communicated again through the in-game chat box. So please make sure at least one of your team has got that on. I will also send notifications during the Discord channel. Make sure if your team disconnects that you rejoin in the correct order. Very important. We will not be resetting the server for any reason, especially once the race has started. You can use the driver swap command in this session if you need to. If you want to change your driver, this won't happen and won't work during the race session. So you need to obviously go around and do that in the normal way. We are on Twitch today, so please feel free to check out the channel. We had a great 60-70 people watching us last night, which was fantastic. We'd love to see more of you there again today. We've got some great commentators on, great team, and it looked really good last night. And please, if you have any questions, please do ask. If you're not sure, go to the endurance rulebook, have a read through, and thank you for taking part today. I hope you really enjoy the race. Please don't give me too much grief. Go and enjoy yourselves, and thank you very much.
fine. Stay double file. Green light, go, go, go. Slow car ahead. Car on the right. Clear on the right. There's a slow car up ahead. left. Clear on the left. Car on the left. Clear on the left. Well done, mate. Personal fast is slow. Yellow flag in sector 1. Well done, mate. Personal best. Well done, mate. Personal best. Yellow flag ahead. Watch out in front. Hostile car is approaching. Losing to the car heading sector 1. Car on the right. Clear on the right. Car on the right. Clear on the right. Car on the left. Clear on the left. done, mate. Your fastest lap so far. Yellow flag in sector 1. Well done, mate. Personal fastest lap. Gaining on the car heading sector 2. Well done, mate. Personal fastest lap. Slow car ahead. Car on the right. Clear on the right. car behind you. Losing time to the car in front in sector 3. Car on the right. Clear on the right. Well done, mate. This has been your personal best. Gaining on the car ahead in sector 1. Well done, mate. Personal best. Yellow flag in sector 1. flag in sector 1. Losing time to the car in front in sector 2. Car on the right. Clear on the right. behind to the car in front in sector 3. Yellow flag in sector 1. behind you, the car in front in sector 3. Behind you, the car in front in sector 3. On the right. Clear on the right. Car on the right. Clear on the right. sector 3. Yellow flag ahead, watch out in front. There's a slow car up ahead. Faster car coming up behind you. We've got light damage at the rear. Faster car is approaching. Car on the right. Clear on the right. cars approaching. We've got some light damage on the front. Car on the left. Clear on the left. The faster car is approaching. Faster car coming up behind you. Faster car coming up behind you. Car on the right. Clear on the right. To the car heading sector 1. Lost the car coming up behind you. Car on the right. Clear on the right.
O RQ2C3, não é?
É o primeiro aí. Bota lá ONID, aí é o primeiro que aparece. Fala assim,
E aí, Bruno, beleza?
é o Thales, mas é porque ele tá dando problema aqui.
Eu abri já. E... Alguém tá com delay aí. Cadê? Ah. Não, já tá desmarcado. Não, fica tranquilo. Ó, não vai, eu clico pra conectar e ele não... É, porque você vai ter que parar de qualquer jeito.
Agora? Caralho, peraí. Eu já tô na sua tela. Aí você falou, é só apertar... pilotar, né? Já tô na tela já. Já.
Boa.
Agora? Não esquenta não, velho.
Ah, tranquilo. Nossa, o P1 deu uma rodada em você também, não? Eu vi essa cena. Você deu uma panquinha no penúltimo, um que tava atrás na sua frente?
Vai ter que ligar o carro também? Pra mim vai aparecer parado desde o início. Ah, tá. Oxe, de boa demais então. Fiquei com medo à toa. Uhum. Tá com qual setup?
Adriano, você prefere que a gente saia da sala?
Não, assim, só falar o menos possível, mas pode ir combinando aí certinho.
Não, beleza. Não, eu não consegui. É que eu já reiniciei até o computador. Eu tô desde as. Eu estou desde as 7 tentando isso aqui. 7h50 eu tava tentando. Não, beleza, vamos trocar aqui, ó. Geral. 2. Beleza. Viu? Eu não sei o que tá acontecendo. Eu clico, eu loguei no Sim Racing GP normal, ainda continua aparecendo aquela barra lá em cima, laranja. Mas beleza. O servidor está protegido. Faça login antes do servidor começar do seu PC no jogo. Mas eu fiz o login, já tá logado. Aí eu acho o servidor lá no jogo. Só que daí a hora que eu coloco a senha, coloquei, é quali, né? Isso, coloquei a mesma senha copiada do site. Aí ele não dá erro de nada, ele só trava o meu jogo. Tipo, não dá erro que eu não posso entrar. O que é DDS? Ah, então, Ah, é que travou tudo aqui, eu não sabia o que fazer. Ah, deu uma bugada assim no PC. Tá, você saiu já do. Você já saiu, né? Não, beleza. É que eu vi que tem que ser 2 pessoas só também, né? Não, beleza. Próximo stint. Aí ia ser, eu ia descansar 1 hora e correr de novo, né? Quantos litros de combustível você começou? 120? Não, beleza. Lá ele. Beleza, valeu. Beleza. Qualquer coisa, fala aí, Adriano.
Beleza. Conseguiu resolver?
O Bruno falou que que o jogo tá carregando a skin minha.
Ah, sim.
With a trajectory like that, they'll be in P1 by the end of their second stop.
Vai na calma, na tranquilidade, sem pressa.
Hi Chaos. Yeah, it's good to see them. They've worked their way up from the back of the grid, so really good stuff. The running order, Hydra, has changed actually quite a bit from those pit stops. I think some people may have been carrying damage, and we saw some people getting rid of their penalties and things, didn't we? So I think there'll be a few faster cars a bit further back in this stint, trying to work their way back through.
Yeah, and we did see we saw at least 2 cars getting hit with a Stopco 30. And you see still trying to get past Martin Thorpe. So at this point, I believe everyone would have had at least 1 stop. So Martin Thorpe also kind of double stinting in that Mercedes. Lots of pressure from QRT. I think also we're going to find out real soon how many cars have been handed over to their teammates with 3-track cut warnings.
Yeah, some very unhappy teammates.
You just know the relief is going to be like on someone who's handed over a 3 going, it's like, oh, as we have Van der Sieg missing the chicane, just missing the braking point, does well not to feed the drivers around them. You'd also hope that you haven't carried just enough speed to trigger a cut track for yourself as well. So Myrtle Motorsport up into P7. They've had it's the Mercedes takes a nice. Yeah, that was a tasty little maneuver. But yeah, Myrtle Motorsport kind of had started around P7, if I'm not mistaken, at the start of the race. Kind of falling back a little bit. They had a few offs every now and then, but kind of keeping it clean now and working their way back up through it.
Yeah, so these two cars have had a change of driver, so it'll be interesting to see what their respective pace is. We've seen a lot of Ben in a lot of in second place. We've seen him he's definitely an ONID OG now. We've seen that a few times. So from memory, I think Matt might have the pace a little bit, but we'll wait and see. Depends how the Aston is against the McLaren.
Yeah, that is of course the 34 car. It's the Flying Hellfish team. As he puts a move down the inside of the lap traffic. Yeah, actually, Campbell taking the fastest lap at the beginning of their stint.
Oh yeah. So
no, sorry,
tires,
that might have been carried over from the last time, of course, because I think I think Cool had set the fastest lap at some point towards the end of the last stint. I remember Sam mentioning it now. So I think he's just holding onto that throne. Oh, look at that Porsche going wide. That's Shelton for the A23 car. The Fry Guys Motorsports, powered by ONID, the second team. So that's Giannis Shelton in, taking over from Lindblom. Getting to grips with the Porsche at Imola, I'd imagine is a tall order at the beginning of a stint. Lindblom indeed.
Do you want to answer that one in chat?
Yeah, so Bell Zero, they're just running the livery of the hard racing car. They don't have their own Flying Hellfish livery, I'm guessing, or they didn't have one ready to sync, so they're just using one of the in-game liveries that was available. So can't imagine they would have an affiliation. But then again, as we have the P, that was the 55 car. That was not Tut. That was Ben P, I think.
Yeah,
having
Ben
a bit
P
of a knock.
Yeah, he just got caught out at the chicane and then was on the back foot all the way down the straight. We've just lost Giannis in the gravel. Yeah.
Yeah, so that Porsche that we're saying, maybe having an issue, hardware. I'm guessing because the car has fuel in it and is able to keep going. That's an interesting one.
I think that'll be a hardware issue or something like that, PC issue. God, it's busy round here. Look at this. So this is all mixed as well. So some of these are a lap down in this. Oh, we've just had contact between, what is that? Boromichkov and Spleen. Let's have a look, see if he's able to rejoin. He is. Just got a bit tight down into the last two corners, didn't it?
Yeah, that braking line is so tricky when you've got like a car next to you. But yeah, I was just glad to see that Ferrari didn't kind of pile on through the last set of the corners and go to the other side of the gravel. Yeah, it's all getting fairly spicy here as the new drivers are looking to kind of make their mark and make their presence felt on the grid. Definitely happening in spades for sure. Sam Grant, P19, with a bit of an ONID battle happening. Simhound Rook is against the ONID esports team. It'd be an awful shame if these two cars were to come together into turn one.
We do have a bit of a habit. We do have a bit of a habit of ONID cars running into each other. So let's hope this isn't it.
Yep.
We had exactly the same when me and Matt we were driving in the Cam Sport team, and yeah, we had a habit of running into each other. And there's a fabled story of we entered two cars into the Daytona 24, and they took each other out on lap 1 of a 24-hour. Was it a 24? No, it was a 6-hour because it was the week before the 24. But yeah, anyway, they took it. It wasn't me. I wasn't in the car. But yes, it does happen.
Yeah, actually, I was thinking, it's like, you know, you have in real life you have the, you know, like the roar before the 24.
Yep.
And I was trying to think like what the one would be for this. And I was like, is it the delve into the 12?
I like it. Well, we should have done that.
Yeah.
That could have been Wednesday when everyone was doing Imola in the GT2s.
Yeah. So actually, yeah, I think I was saying it to Simon Harris, who is, I think he's out of the car now. He was in the only cars. He was in the number 9 car. Actually, yeah, who's taking over? Oh no, he's double stinting. Oh yeah. Because I was saying, like, you know, we should try and, because the Xbox are starting up there, like they have a bit of an enduro league kind of happening as well. Now that the Xbox and PlayStation kind of supports endurance racing on consoles, so I was thinking like having, like, you know, kind of not mirroring the endurance 1-to-1, but like having almost like a support race being the Xbox folks, and having the race on a smaller scale, like the 2.4 hour at the same tracks that the PC is going, just to have that little bit of a support race feeling. Because like,
it's
I was thinking that it's like, you know,
now, is it? So
yeah, it's PlayStation as well, which like was not expected. Ooh, as we have the relentless.
Very brave from Bose to try and make it too wide through the chicane.
It's tenacity.
Very tight. Yeah.
Tenacity on display. We have that lovely livery. The car, I believe, that's going through the lap traffic.
And this is why we love endurance racing. Exactly what's going on right now. You've got faster cars and slower cars all fighting for position, and with each other, and trying to lap each other at the same time. Because that is Sharpie trying to get past, well, Rob's kind of coming back through, isn't he, from that little instant. So yeah, they were a tenth apart while they were going past, they were trying to go past Bo, who was also a tenth apart.
And I feel like the stewards are busier now than they had been at any point at the first hour of the race. Oh, Sam made the move. I'm seeing in the chat from CPT, danger. So car 352 that got the penalty just now is none other than... Why am I not seeing it on my document? 352. Is that right?
You're the one with the sheet.
I don't think we have a 3. What do we do? It's QRT. Oh my god, it's looking at me. Oh, I was like, I see it. I see a 3.
I should point out to everyone. Hydra's done a really nice little guide of who's in each car, what the team numbers, what the team names are, because obviously sometimes the team names don't show in game. So he's got a lovely little sheet, what car they're in, what the bot on that car was. He's got it right in front of him.
I was showing my wife the document, and as I lay down to bed at like 3 in the morning last night, I had an epiphany. What was that epiphany, Ben? I should have numbered them from lowest to highest from the car number, so I could...
Yes, we should. Yeah. Well, next time.
That was the epiphany I had. I was like, it's going to take me way too long to do that. I'll be waking up at like 10:30 in the morning. I'm not going to have the time to change that document now. But yeah, for the next time for sure, number them from lowest to highest, so that way I can. It's like, oh, the car 888. That's probably going to be near the bottom of the sheet. Yeah. It's every day is a school day, you know. We always learn. As we have Spleen then, for the Myrtle Motorsport. So we have the 2 Myrtle Motorsport teams. We have the 10 car. We also have the 8 car. So the 8 car is up into P9, and then the 10 car is down to P14. So, having a few knocks. We have a penalty then for car 69, Bo Lamberts, with the warning for driving standards. Yeah, interestingly, we have. I think we've. Like, I don't know if it's been since the last endurance, but we do have a kind of an updated kind of guidance for our stewards in terms of kind of having more consistent penalties. Is that Butterdog's car is incredibly close. Is that Chris Wacker in the 668? Shame he's kind of fallen back in the last 2 corners. He was incredibly close coming after that chicane. Not going to have quite the run he'd have hoped for. Just with that little bit of a gap to Bo Lamberts. We've had a clearing of penalties by race control.
352. So that probably. I'll find out. That's probably an appeal, so someone's appealed a penalty. Could be what that is. What happens if someone appeals it, it goes to a different steward and the penalty is removed while it's reinvestigated. So
yeah, I think that's a fair way to do it. Yeah, no, yeah, so the stewards, we've kind of like tried to make life easier for them, and easier, I suppose, for everyone else. Kind of watching it on as well. That's a gorgeous livery. The FDSR team. The English flag there on the back seat mirror. And is that the Dutch flag on the other side, I'm guessing? That's a nice place to put the flags, because normally you see them on the rear wing there, on the either side of the end plate. So interesting a different choice, but a nice one, as we have the McLaren, the Nissan for Kieran Sharp up to P12 now, making massive gains.
Yeah, he's really motoring on, isn't he?
Yeah.
And so
whereas the other one,
his pace is good enough for top 10 at this point. Even with the overtaking, he still managed the 43 dead last lap. That was with an overtake. So it's really moving.
Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, Aidan Carter has taken the fastest lap back from Campbell from the Flying Hellfish team. Ooh, some flashing of the lights.
He's indicating descent. I thought we were going to have. I'm waiting for the George Russell Bottas moment at turn 1, where 2 people just get their lines slightly wrong, and but everyone seems to be quite well behaved at the minute.
Yeah, I can't wait for the update to ACC, which will let me get out of the car and tap the driver on the head. Ashley Coupland now for the West Competition Racing Academy. They were 10th place on the starting grid after the Super Bowl yesterday, so they've dropped back to P24 after I would call a perhaps not ideal first hour and a half. So they're trying to make up, I'd say, some lost ground. Coupland just doing what they can. I just want to say, like, I don't think there's a bad livery out on track at the moment. Like, I think they're just so striking and so different, all of them. It's yeah, it's always the nicest thing coming to PC from the console side, where it's like, oh yeah, no, when you put the time in, you can make some really fantastic looking liveries.
Had a hell of a week this week getting all those GT2s done, Hydra.
Yeah, I saw the. I didn't actually watch that stream, but I did see your post on the. Careful.
Getting attacked by a cat. Oh, God. You scared the shit out of me. Just had a cat up on my shoulder. I'm like, what? What the? I'm concentrating.
Oh, CPT Danger saying the 177 car pitting out of order. The 177 is the BRT team. And I'd imagine this is unscheduled. I don't know why they would be doing that. We don't have rain on the forecast, do we? Guessing not. I'm imagining.
No, nothing.
Scenario.
I'm not sure if they pitted a little bit earlier in that, because they were involved in something earlier on, were they not?
Oh, they might have been. They might have been.
They have swap drivers, so.
And Davey's saying to you, Ben, things real world racing commentators have never said. Is that being attacked by a cat?
Being attacked by a cat, yeah.
It is like, I feel like cats pose like whatever about the dangers of direct drive wheels and, like, crashing and doing damage to your wrists. I feel like cats are like number 2 or 3 on that list of like dangers to sim racers.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like
it's quite a common occurrence, I think.
Yeah, because
it's well held. Oh no!
Yeah. Oh,
no!
The NHL Bentley bonking them.
So
Parker.
Yeah, Joseph was coming through. He's taken over from Niall, and obviously he was just coming up to lap the Ferrari and got caught out there. It was a good save from Chris, though.
It was.
He managed to save
too
it.
Good.
And, it was too good because he remained on the track in the way.
Yeah, remained on the track, had none of the speed. Which I feel like in the great debate between cats versus dogs, a dog isn't going to jump onto my lap out of the blue during a 12-hour race unless I explicitly want it to happen. Whereas the cat, I'm not going to have any influence over, so it's going to just determine, like, unless I'm keeping that door locked.
It looks like Jonas has fixed whatever gremlins were going on with the car anyway, so they have continued. They are back in 22nd place now, but at least they are running again.
It's great to see. Great to see. Yeah, do we have... I think we don't have any retirements so far. I think we still have the same running order we had from the beginning. Tony Law looking to battle Andy Hearn as well. So Sam Grant has gotten past. It's now 5 seconds clear up the road. Tony is looking to get past now as well. Cheers for going, Tony, from Davies in the chat. So now we follow on board from the front splitter of the McLaren.
The grunt of the BMW is still there.
Yeah.
So he's just pulling away while got the car in the slipstream. So
yeah, the BMW doesn't have any bop being applied to it. It's remaining same. But the McLaren is, I think, minus 10. 10 kg, or sorry, plus 10 kgs. Ooh, but that BMW didn't take that first chicane terribly well. That's allowed McLaren to catch up.
Yeah, McLaren looking a lot better in the corners, I think it's safe to say, especially through those medium speed chicane apex. It's looking very good. It should be pretty good through here as well, because it's another medium speed corner.
And I think that's one of those things that Hearn is going to be kind of banking on a lot of this race, as well as all the other BMWs. Is that he's okay, that car is not great during the corners at all. But that's all to say that like the McLaren is not going to try and make a pass down through Acqua Minerale unless you're absolutely gifted the open door. So I think Andrew Hearn is just holding on to the fact that like once the car straightens out and we're going in a straight line, look at that, like the gap just forms, and yeah, good luck to anyone trying to pass these BMWs. But I suppose it's just what we can do with the exit on this last corner, as we have the 88 TSRC car joining in the back of this little pack. You can just see, using the rear wing, it's kind of metric that the gap is just extending slightly. That's what a car, McLaren of all. I mean, geez, 2024, I wouldn't have thought I'd see a McLaren struggling to catch up with another car on the straight. The glorious Bob indeed.
About bloody time.
How about that 17 car though? That's the ONID Simhao and rookies. Yeah, 17's doing great. Sam we had a lovely chat with him for the first hour. He's gone in to replace his pleasantries with cursing and the profanities which are laden with all these drivers. I'm sure. Because Imola is just it's a fun circuit to drive, but it can be punishing. We still haven't had. We've been racing for about 90 minutes thereabouts, and we haven't had a single drive-through, which is for me just boggling. Because I'm like, okay, that chicane for starters would crucify me within 20 minutes, let alone an hour and a half.
Well, Aiden's just got past Matt, so moved up to second, so he's kind of recuperating where he'd lost with the 5-second penalty in the pit stop. BP looks like he's just dropped off the back of this now. But Miles has got a 9-second lead, which he's made up in the last one. Half an hour? So impressive pace out the front.
Yeah, and I think with BP kind of dropping off, I think that's kind of where you saw that kind of stemming from, because McLaren was the only one who was able to match that pace in the first stint. So with that, McLaren kind of further back down now into fourth position, and they're going to have that. So we have Eunice Olivisto, they have a Finnish racing driver for the E1 Simsport team, the 91 car, battling away with Simon Harris in tow.
Talking of nice liveries, I love that lime green.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah,
that looks fantastic.
I literally thought that it was an in-game default livery, because the production on it's just quite, it's a very convincing one.
See, as a livery guy, I've kind of sad it's a night race, because I'm gonna have about 8 hours of this race, and I'm barely gonna be able to see any liveries.
Yeah. Get a mental picture in your heads now. See, if I had, so we have Giannis off of the 23, so the hardware issues might have been replaced with some software issues, aka driving issues. Maybe there's another hardware issue happening. So get some perspective here. So ONID Dave in the chat saying Simon's pressures were all off for his first stint, so he's feeling much better now. He's had one stop, and it looks like he's feeling much better with the move down the inside into turn one. Well held from both. Great space and respect shown from the two drivers, and that's Simon through.
Yeah,
With a great move.
Did well to notice that, because we know how good the BMW is on the brakes. So Simon would have been appearing in his mirrors pretty quickly at the apex of turn one. So he did well to leave space.
Yes. There was some flashing of the lights there from that BMW. Is that Packer?
That's
Can't mention.
No, that is.
Okay.
It's one of the BBS cars. Is it?
Oh yes, okay, yes, it is indeed. So it was blue flags rather than. Yeah, I thought for a second. Okay, it was the 82. The Nissan has passed the 51, so that's Tony Law getting passed by. Sorry, it was Buckley getting passed. it looks like yeah, there's like that battle there for 18th place.
Incredible!
17th, 18th place, really kind of heating up. You see that like all those cars there in view are not mistaken battling for position. That ONID Racing Strong one might not be. No, that's the fifth one.
Yeah, they're all fighting for position here, so close with nearly 2 hours gone. I'm not struggling to find action for the last like nearly 2 hours. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's a yeah. There's too much action that we're missing bits of it, which is the tough part. We're just being treated. Buckley just going in on the inside. The 88 running slightly wide just to give the space.
Oh no, Tony!
Ooh, that's a.
Oh dear. I think we know what's going to happen with that one. Have fun with that one, stewards. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Quentin just got stuck on the outside with the late move from Buckley, and then Tony's had a little bit more of a nibble on the inside of the last corner there.
Yeah, we don't kink shame here, but that was oh boy. So in Felix Racing then, I love this livery. Goes from a deep orange to a bright yellow at the back. We have Van der Steeg and a McLaren on the charge into turn 1. Has the move been done? Yes, you would say that even before getting to turn 1. And it's just able to get ahead of the Ferrari. So Van der Steeg on the up and up. Gap car, indeed. So Boromechkov for the Butter Dogs. It's funny because I saw there was mention of the I saw a mention on Twitter the other day of a David Bowie biopic or something, or a documentary, and then that got me thinking of Metal Gear Solid 5 with the Diamond Dogs. So I can't help but think of Metal Gear Solid 5, but instead of Diamond Dogs, it's Butter Dogs. Like, we're all just Butter Dogs. But Boromechkov now battling with Martin Thorpe. Ooh, penalty being applied to Kieran Sharp for causing a collision. We're going to have confirmation of the full penalty there, yeah. Just 5 seconds. So that's the 2 TSRC cars with having had a 5-second penalty. Yeah, so it's a shame that the 99 car gonna got a bit of a spin. Or sorry, the 88 car got a bit of a tap, we'll say. Habiba was saying in chat, you know where the idea for the Butter Dog livery comes from?
E aí, Adriano, quanto tempo já foi?
Falta 40 minutos.
Pra eu entrar?
As we have Boromechkov going around the outside.
Você é o próximo?
We haven't seen the
já vou botar seu nome aqui já.
Being utilized too much.
Coloca aí, por favor.
The inside ones, but Martin Thorpe.
Porque eu não tô conseguindo ainda logar.
It's from a YouTube video.
Ainda não, velho?
Não.
Do I want to Google the word Butter Dog?
Cadê o Bruno pra te ajudar, velho?
Eu tô tentando ligar pra ele, mas vai tocando o barco aí.
Ele deve estar tomando café.
É, então. Eu liguei até no celular dele, mas ele não atendeu.
But it's so funny.
Não, tem 40 minutos ainda. Fica tranquilo. Vai tentando aí.
Beleza, resolvi. Ele falou que vou botar aqui.
Ooh, Martin Thorpe running outside the top of that hill. Might have lifted enough to not get the track out warning. Tony Law then 5-second penalty for causing collision. Approaching the back of the, or I think it was following along the double 8 car TSRC. Ryan Davies saying track limits at the top of the hill are definitely more relaxed now, he thinks.
That was always a harsh one, wasn't it? It was always a harsh one because he didn't really seem to gain any time doing it.
Man put a small block of butter on a dog's head and started saying, "Butter dog, dog with da butter."
Okay.
I was waiting for chat to describe what exactly that video was, and now I feel like I've saved people. Either my description was such, or that me reading that description was such that we don't need to see the video now, or it's giving people the drive to go and look it up for themselves.
Our viewership's going to drop off as everyone goes to YouTube. It gets caught in memesville.
You can have multiple tabs open. So we got Adriano in for the BROT Esports Endurance team. Had a bit of a tough first stint, but they're still running in the race, 32nd position. You know, you've got 10 hours left in the race. Like, there's all sorts of things that can happen. Drivers in front of you. Oh, look at that livery.
How good is that?
Oh. I want a glass of rock shandy, if you don't mind. Oh, that is good. It's your Bayless for the Scuderia Spinella. That's like, so the team name isn't that. The team name for the 89, according to SGP, was Tango Orange, which is what the livery is. So they're.
I like the Scuderia Spinella though.
Yeah. Ooh. Almost had a Spinella going into turn one there as he catches a little bit of the grass or like the edge of that curb. £30 donation for a safety car. Is that still a thing? I don't think we have Adam in the server ready with his M2 to spin out, so I don't think we can.
He's never living that down, by the way.
No, not at all. I mean, it's important for the safety car to demonstrate what unsafe conditions are like. Hans Dixon then. Yeah, so that gap actually, was 9 seconds. Now it's 7.5, yeah. And then, I'm just curious what the gap is from... Oh, BP is now 14.5 seconds back. So they're falling well back off the pace. As Van der Steeg in 5th is on a charge to claim the top spot for the McLarens. We've got a podium of Aston Martins at the moment, which is, I'm going to say, great to see and also not great to see. We're going to have to bop them into oblivion for the next Enduro.
Well, this is expected to be mixed conditions. It's also obviously going to turn to night, so it's going to get a lot cooler as well. So we are expecting the relative pace of the different cars to change quite a bit as we go through. It'll be interesting to see if it does rain, which cars will, because from personal experience I can't imagine a beam that's going to be particularly fun in the wet, but there's a few cars out there which should be pretty good fun. I'm just disappointed I'm not in this Hydra because I'd have... Oh wow! Wow! Okay, that was Chris. Chris, we caught that on camera.
Sliding into your DMs like...
And he's just carried on like nothing happened. Don't worry, nobody saw it.
Oh, the Xbox stream. We had a race at Donington, and we had an unfortunate soul. There was like a 3-way battle happening at the last, or like towards the last end of the race, or like towards the last end of the track, and we caught someone hitting the track wall, the pit entrance wall. So like we were worried that they're going in too fast. Well, I was racing at the time, but I was watching it back, and like just to like come to a standstill because you're after hitting the pit wall and then like hot rotten on stream. Always a good feeling.
was this? I was saying I'm kind of disappointed nobody used the Lexus. If it was going to rain, the Lexus used to be. I used to love that thing in the wet, so I'm hoping it's still good in the wet. Maybe it just
what was the bot like for that? Yeah, what was the bot like for that at Imola?
The bot for the Nissan and the Lexus, it finally fixed those two cars. Well, in theory, so. My first race back in the new updated Lexus will be on Monday, so I will let you know.
Good.
It was a bit of a struggle last week, but hopefully this week it's a little bit more compliant. I haven't been driving it for 2 months after it broke. The changes kind of broke the car, so it's kind of nice to be back in it.
Yeah, it's like yeah, no, it is nice to see. Yeah, because if you spend too much time in it when it's broken, you'd hate the car. So
yes.
I think the 2 month break is probably worth it.
But I think the bot in overall has worked out quite well. I mean, I know we've got the 3 Astons at the front, but currently, but we've got all sorts of things. So Kieran's up to 11th in the Nissan, for instance. We've got Parker in the Bentley in 9th. Connexus boys in the 8th place in the Merc. So it's good to see a bit more of a range of cars out there today compared to where we've seen previous races, maybe where 2 or 3 makes have filled up the entire grid, especially if it's Spa and half the grid's in the McLaren. So
yeah, I think I don't mind, especially because it's literally early days in the longevity of the BOP that we have, but it's also early days in this 12 hours. We've only got just about 2 hours under our belts, and we're as it stands, we've got an Aston Martin podium. Those McLarens are looking feisty, but yeah, like you say, like it is good to just I feel like in endurance past, you'd have seen a lot more Ferraris, a lot more McLarens, or whatever it was at the time. Whereas I feel like even just looking at this grid, it's like there's no one overbearing brand that's taking everyone's hearts. It's like it's like some people just like driving the Aston Martin and they would have picked it anyway. I'm just like no Lexus, no Audi. What are we doing? What are we doing? A Butterdog's livery. We're starting to lose a bit of light now as the clouds are rolling in. 8:56 p.m. in-game time.
It's just starting to get dark. It's very cloudy, but it's still not going to rain yet. No rain in the next half an hour. I haven't been able to use the weather update pop-up yet, so we're waiting for that one.
And the Stephen Bain Award for the first drive-through of the 12 Hours of Imola goes to Tony Law in the 51 McLaren.
I mean, given that's taken nearly 2 hours, I'm quite impressed. Because Imola can be quite notorious for the old drive-throughs. It's also not great on the pit entry either. It is a pretty tricky one. So, because you basically flat out the last corner and then into the pits straight away.
Yeah, and we've got some interesting insight I'm sure we could delve into here as Tony Law goes through the drive-through. What's going through Tony's mind at the moment, Stevie?
Regret. Track limit warnings, the feeling of, I know I'm on 3, so I'll take it easy. Which then goes out the window after maybe 2 or 3 more corners.
I mean, Stevie's the expert. He'll be able to tell us exactly what the time loss here is as well. Won't you, Stevie? Have you got your little sheet?
I don't have it open yet, but I will find it. But it's not great here.
No, I think this is up there with it's second, or is it like third longest behind Indy and Spa? I think.
Oh yeah.
Drive through because it's the entire straight. It's a very long straight, and it is the entire straight. So I think it's definitely up there.
Especially because it's such a fast straight as well for the cars that are on track. You lose so much more time than some others. You lose. Where is it? What's it called? You lose 29.3 seconds to the cars on track.
Well, Sam's trying to say that Indy's the worst. Is that worse than Spa?
Indy's the worst in terms of time lost to cars on track.
Oh. But that surprises me because Spa's so long, but I guess it's not one big straight, is it? It has got a corner in the middle of it.
Yeah, so Indy, you lose or you take 55 seconds to drive through the pit lane, but it only takes the cars on track 10 seconds to go past. Whereas Spa, it takes you 71 seconds to drive through the pit lanes. But because of the hairpin and the bus stop chicane, it takes the cars on track 30 seconds.
Oh, wow.
So you lose less time.
More you know.
The best one to get a drive-through on is Oulton Park.
Oulton Park,
you only
yeah.
lose, where's Oulton? 10.5 seconds.
We had that discussion when we were doing the Oulton race. We did the GT4s there, and it was like, just push like mad, and if you get a drive-through, you get a drive-through.
I guess that's why you if you cut the second chicane completely, you get an SG10 or
Yes. Yeah, I think it is,
rather
yeah.
than a drive-through. But yeah, hello guys.
Hello. We'll be heading to an ad break at the hour, and then we'll be swapping over. So, swapping over the comms team, I'm going to disappear back into the background again, and you'll have Angela and Stevie to guide us through. Hydra, any last thoughts that you want to whiz through in the next 50 seconds?
Just enjoy these liveries.
Before you disappear for, I don't know what you're doing, you can go and have an 8-hour nap, I think.
I'm going to go reorder my document from numbers. Ooh, so we have a battle of the two Porsches happening for position for P24. My only thoughts are enjoy these liveries while you can see them, because the light is getting dimmer and dimmer as we've hit 9 PM in-game time. So yeah, by the time I come back, might start seeing the cars again. It might be dawn breaking, who knows, but I'll be back at 9 o'clock this evening to kind of round out the last few hours of this race. But yeah, I can't wait to see what the running order looks like then. That's my thought. Where will the Nissans be is my big question.
Yeah, how far up the TSLC guy is going to be by the time we get there? Right, well, thanks Hydra for the first 2 hours. We'll be back in just a moment.
Welcome back everyone to hour 3 of the 12 hours of Imola that we're running at ONID. We are looking at no dodge at the moment in a battle with Janis Schouten in the Freigeist Porsche. So it's two ONID teams fighting each other for 24th place. Anyway, Hydra has left us unfortunately, and Ben has muted himself to go and have some food. But I do have Scotty here with me, who has just woken up by the sounds of it. So good morning, Scotty.
Good morning. Well, it's into afternoon now, but not here at Imola. It's getting into the evening. The headlights are starting to shine as we see the 74 BMW looking for a move into the chicane. Not quite getting there. I'll try and get a good run down to the Ravatzes to try and make a move on the 88 Nissan.
Yeah, BMWs have been quite strong recently. I don't know how the BOP is with them at the moment, but seen quite a lot of them on the grid here. I know in the Spa Amateurs race, which is the only race I've actually seen since the new BOP came out, they were quite high up, but then there was a lot of fast drivers in them anyway. But the yeah, I'm sure they're going to be pretty rapid regardless. The GTR though, that's it's coming back, is it?
It certainly is. Got a nice favourable up to bring it back in line, as we see a 5-second time penalty for car 69 causing collision. Naughty, naughty. But yes, the Nissan holding its ground for the time being. BMW has another look into Tosa, just trying to put that pressure on, push the Nissan into a mistake, but so far they're holding that ground.
Yeah, so I did see that there has been quite a few penalties, but I was hearing that there's not been that many for an endurance race start. Everyone being quite well behaved at the start, by the sounds of it. I'll maybe jump in with the stewards after this constant and just see how everyone's getting on in there. But yeah, I think everything's looking pretty good. Bit of a train forming here behind Andy Hearn in the 666 ONID. He is, I wouldn't say he's the head of the train, to be honest. There's a bit of a gap.
There is a little bit of a gap. The Nissan has got stuck in that awkward position of they're not able to go full attack on Hearn to try and get through as they run wide onto the gravel. That's a free spot for the BMW. For the Nissan, it was just an awkward spot of you can't fully attack because you've got that car trying to pass you, so you're having to attack and defend, and just leaves you sort of maybe not being able to make the progress that you've wanted. As we take a little look at the full leaderboard.
Yeah, so we have Miles Dixon leading the way for ONID Esports, followed by ONID Esports in Carter. They are 7 seconds apart, but Miles does have a 5-second penalty, so after the next pit stop, they, if it stayed like this, they would only be 2 seconds apart, so that is going to be quite close. We've then got Campbell in the 34 Aston Martin in third as well, before the start of the McLarens come in fourth and fifth. I'm going to have a look and see who has been moving up and down the leaderboard as well. See our biggest gainer. I don't have that, unfortunately. I don't know if Ben can unmute himself if he is there and say who's been the biggest gainer, if he knows it. He said it is Kieran Sharp in the TSRC GTR. So they started a bit lower down.
36th.
They started in 36th, I've just been told,
go,
and all the way up to 11th. And we know the TSRC boys, they've won quite a few of our endurance races. They are rapid, so we'll see how the GTR gets on.
Sounds like they were one of the teams that maybe had issues in qualifying and they're making up for it. So it's good progress for them so far. Do you have that penalty looming over them, but shouldn't cost them too much as it stands currently? As we ride on board with, or looking at Dixon once again, making his way past lapped traffic up to the Alta chicane. That gap is just starting to shrink behind him, 6.4 seconds now. So be wary of that as he is making his way through the traffic. Doesn't want to, a little mistake in the pit stop, just slightly missing his pit stall could be the difference that ultimately allows the 900 into the lead when we get to the next round of pit stops.
Yeah, definitely. I think Miles started in 6th place as well, so has managed to jump back up into take the lead in the first couple hours. Aiden started 3rd, I believe, so has kind of stayed there. So yeah, the pace is definitely there for both of them, especially teammates as well. Got Daniel Hearn in with Mills and my good Scott in with Carter, who've raced with loads as well. the thing Matt just got is he's just so metronomic on the times as well. Gets in the car and he'll pump in the laps constantly. I thought that Ferrari was going to run a little bit wide there, but manages to hold it on. For Felix Racing. It's a tough corner at Aquaman Rally, especially if you clip the sausage curbs.
Yeah, you need pinpoint precision through those curbs, and if we do see a little rain later, it's going to be ever more difficult, as any wheel on those curbs just sliding around, so easy to slide wide. As we see Parker here going for a move on the 11 Ferrari into the first Ravazza. Ferrari just running a bit wide, 2 wheels on the gravel, and that allows Bentley to complete the move, but that Ferrari is going to get slipstream down start finish straight. Maybe they can put on a bit of an attack to regain that position into turn 1.
Yeah, it's a bit of a 3-way battle as well. Looking like we've got 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th all in shot. You can just see the GTR in the back of shot there, and with them having to defend hard into the first chicane. Actually turn 2 here as well. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, I just remembered that when I said turn 1. It's like, oh yeah, turn 1's that little left kink on the straight. So yeah, into turn 2, we can see they're all just sort of tripping over each other. It was the number 11 going defensive into the first chicane. Now it's the number 8 Ferrari going defensive from the Nissan. He looks to have a run on the outside here.
This is a great run from the Nissan. It is almost past going into the corner and has passed. So takes 10th place away from Gleisner, which I've definitely said wrong. Gleisner, is it? I think.
That sounds about right, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah. So into the top 10 now for the TSRC GTR.
But with that 5-second penalty, it's not going to be doing them much good as it stands currently. But they'll be hoping to break through this pack to try and get a gap before they make their pit stop.
Talking of pit stops, we must be due reasonably soon as well. So we are 2 hours and 10 minutes into the race. It's a 75-minute timer. So they've all done one pit stop, which was around about, you would say around about 70 minutes in. I think the BMWs were first to pit, and we'll be looking to get the second pit stops underway quite soon, almost imminently, I would have thought. So could shake it up. Kieran will want to get up in front of these cars and try and make a bit of a gap before he has to pit, but I don't know how good the GTR is on fuel. It is a V6, so I think it would be a little bit thirstier than some of the others.
Yeah, I'll maybe have to have a check to see if they have any engine maps available to them that will save a bit of fuel. I know Porsche is one that has a great engine map. You can save about 0.3 litres switching from map 8 to map 1. Only costs you a tenth or 2 a lap, so Nissan might have something like that available to them just to help them get through the longer stints.
You say that about the Porsche, but the downside of the Porsche is that it then melts the back tyres. So, especially if you're driving it like I do.
Yeah, and it can be twitchy. Can be a little lethal.
Looking at the zebra in disguise now. Kieran Butley driving for Fry Guys. They're getting on pretty well. I saw them reasonably high up, I think, earlier on in 16th place.
E aí, Adriano, como tá?
Tá beleza, 15 minutos.
Chasing down that Ferrari in front of
Conseguiu?
them. Although I think
Não.
there may be
Eu conversei com a organização aqui.
gap.
Infelizmente eu não vou conseguir correr.
Caralho.
Because that isn't the
Sabe por
that's a
quê?
McLaren in front anyway.
Como eu fiz o login no meu
I
celular,
thought it was a Ferrari from the long shots, so my point's
ele
kinda
não pegou o
redundant, to be
IP do meu
honest, 'cause they're
computador.
26
E aí
seconds back
agora que eu
from
fui logar,
our spleen.
eu já tava logado no meu computador.
Are putting in some
Aí tem
pretty good
critério
lap
de
times,
segurança lá que você tem que
1:43.1
logar
compared
no
to
Here's the
lap
Nissan
times
SGP
added again.
antes do servidor começar.
On the outside,
Ixi,
up the hill. Will
E
they get
como eu
moved
não
up
tava em
as they did
casa, eu não
before?
consegui logar.
BMW's holding the nose in there,
entendi.
just trying to put
E
up
eu
a
achei
fight,
que,
but it doesn't
que eu
look
achei
like.
que daria
They're still side by side as they come down to
pra alugar só
Imola.
pelo celular já valeria
On the
pelo
outside
link
for
da
BMW,
Steam, né?
they
Mas
touch.
não é. Você pega o IP também.
BMW again,
Entendi.
maybe a bit ambitious there, trying to
Eu
go
tô
side by
falando com o
side.
Thales?
Isso.
Looks like they
Ah.
maybe turned into the Nissan there. They hit
E
them
aí,
out
como é que
wide.
ficou então?
Eu tô tentando
What for the
falar com o
stewards
Bruno
then?
aqui.
Yeah, it should pop
Daí
up.
daqui a pouco eu já
Obviously,
te
this race
retorno.
is live stewarded, which is why you're seeing the kind of various 5-second
Uns 12 minutos, né?
They'll
falta
definitely have a look at that. And as
14
you
minutos
say,
agora.
it did look like the
Ah,
BMW
beleza.
turned in, but it's difficult to see from
Valeu.
these camera angles.
Falou.
Thankfully, the stewards have all the camera angles available. They'll be able to make a little bit better of a judgment on it. We're now looking at Joseph Partner for the hopefully not Last Motorsport, I think it stands for, HNL. Looking to size up a move on Martin Thorpe. Doesn't quite get it done, but look in the rear view mirror. That GTR is looming.
GTR, it's already made its way past two Ferraris. Now it's trying to add a Bentley to that list. As they head down, it looks like they might be side by side here, as the space being left by the Bentley. You can see GTR down the inside, gets the move done nice and cleanly.
9th, 8th place even for Keaton Sharp now. So really racking up through the grid. Just as a pointer, they are about a minute and a half behind the leader at the moment. Biggest gap are between 3rd and 4th and 4th and 5th. But there's still a long way to go. I reckon they could still be easily on the podium.
Yes, definitely, especially if rain does come, which it should do at some point. That will open up a handful of opportunities for them to get past cars, closing gaps, especially if they can make the right strategic calls.
Look how close Kieran's getting now to the back of Thorpe. Up the drag. The GTR is a very quick car in a straight line as well, so we'll be trying to keep close through the chicane over this inside sausage curve. Does lose a little bit, as you can see, the drive, so we'll want to gain that back in the last two corners and get a good drive down the straight like he just did to the Bentley. As we see Chris Ferris recovering from a sausage curve spin, I would imagine, down in 29th, has lost a position from that, unfortunately.
But we're back on board now with the Nissan. You can see it pulling up in that slipstream. Maybe not quite close enough, but we know the grunt of the Nissan. It's closing towards the braking zone. Not close enough though this lap. So it looks like it'll be another lap of patience for Sharp, unless they can get round to the outside again after Tosa, like they've done on the two Ferraris earlier on. You can see how much it closes up into the chicane, is able to take a tighter entry, setting that move up.
Yeah, Martin Thorpe being quite clever there and not defending into the hairpin. I think that's where a lot of Kieran's moves have come from, defending into the hairpin and then being able to run it round the outside and get the pull up the straight. Martin Thorpe, knowing he wasn't close enough to actually make a move, doesn't defend, gets a good run, and keeps that GTR behind for at least another few corners, because it feels almost inevitable, does it?
It sure does, just with how close that Nissan has been getting, especially under the brakes. They've nearly been close enough to do Morse code on the rear bumper. But as you can see, you may have noticed the 5-second time penalty for Sharp disappeared and has been reapplied. They tried to appeal it, but their appeal has been denied.
Yeah, that's right. Every driver, if they get a penalty, they can appeal it. Obviously, some you know that in your head, you know that that was definitely on me. I've had quite a few of them, but there are some where it could be contested or you think it's been wrong. You can appeal and get that reversed. But we've seen Van der Steeg has pitted, so these drivers have just passed them. And talking about passing, looks like the GTR is sizing up a move around the outside, but thinks better of it.
no need to go for a risky move when you've got that penalty looming over you. But getting into that free air, that Nissan does have more pace and is being held up. So to get that free air would be crucial to start to build a 5-second gap to effectively overcome that penalty.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be pitting very, very soon as well. So we are now 70. Oh, the maths evades me, but I think it's going to be in the next 10 minutes. Everyone is going to have to pit, because that will be the end of the 2 stint timers, unless they've already pitted in the last 75 minutes, of course. But we are at the 120 minute mark. No, just ignore me, to be honest. I'm a little bit ill. Brain's not working. We'll pass back to Scotty.
You were right with 140, nearly 2 hours, 20 minutes into the race. Of course, with the 75-minute stint timer, that means 2 stints is 2.5 hours. So yeah, we're just 11 minutes away from that mark. But as we come through the second Ravazza, it's another opportunity for Sharp to get past the Mercedes, get that clean air it so desperately needs. Only have about 6 or 7 laps at this point if it does make it through to open up that penalty gap. But you can see it's gaining in slipstream. Which way will Mercedes go? Holds a little defensive, but the Nissan just being patient, playing it safe, as our leader Dixon is heading to pit lane.
Which means Aaron Carter takes the lead of the race. However, you would think that they're going to have to pit very soon as well, given they're in the same car. But a little bit of a showboat, take the lead. Incredible! It as we have Angst Mutiny following. Thank you very much. We focus back on this kind of 4-way battle here, because Gleisner's very close to the Bentley behind as well. So Keen Sharp still can't find a way past Martin Thorpe's Connexus Motorsport Mercedes, and Joseph Parker holding off Gleisner in the Ferrari. But I did notice into the first chicane how close the Bentley got to the back of the GTR. Really good under the brakes, especially with the I suppose it's got 70 kilos less than it used to.
Yeah, we've also got to remember that Nissan's being held up by the Mercedes. What I'm noticing is it's being very safe. You know, it could go for an aggressive move, but they're just holding back, biding their time, which is helping the Bentley come into the picture here. Though ultimately, if you're the Bentley, what do you have to gain from making a move on the Nissan? They've got a penalty, and they're going to be taking that penalty as they head into pit lane.
Yeah, diving in, maybe coming towards the stint timer, and maybe thinking, let's just get back out to the rear, and then
fala, Adriano.
Overcut.
E aí, conseguiu falar com ele?
Eu consegui falar com o Ademir. Ele vai conseguir me substituir no próximo stint.
Kind of filled the
space where the
GTR used to be.
Ah, não. No das 11h30. Aí, eu tô tentando falar com o Bruno pra ver se ele consegue entrar depois aí de você. Você consegue tocar mais um pouquinho até eu tentar falar com ele? Eu tô ligando pra ele, mas ele não tá atendendo.
O negócio é que só falta 6 minutos. Aí tem que passar pra alguém ou continuar.
Será que consegue continuar? Eu tô tentando ligar pro Bruno aqui. 6 minutos, né? Beleza.
So they'll be looking for a good couple of laps to make sure they retain that lead. They had about a second and a half in hand, but maybe they had a slightly slow stop. Mr. Marks in the pit box, and just want to build a little bit of a gap to be safe, whereas Carter was probably pushing as hard as they can to try and maybe just overcut their fellow Aston.
Yeah, Dan Hearn's got lovely clear air in front of him as well, which is going to help. Whereas in Carter does have this one McLaren in front, but looks to have good clear air as well. So we'll be trying to push on at the moment and get that jump. I didn't catch what the gap was before Miles pitted as well to see how close it was. It was 7 seconds, I've just been told. So there's kind of 2 seconds in it. either way.
And sorry, here we have Matt Campbell for Flying Hellfish. I can talk a little bit about them as I'm driving for them a little later. But managed to put it on pole, which really surprised me and has put pressure on later that I'm kind of looking forward to. But yeah, they're holding down was effectively a net third at the moment as they start another lap. They have fallen back a little bit now, 10 seconds behind Carter. So pick up the pace, Matt. I'd like to see that gap closed.
I like how you say you're nervous, but we all know who's probably the quickest here as well, so yeah, I don't think you'll have any problems keeping up that pace.
I've raced with Matt a few times and he is quick and he can be a little aggressive at times, which gets the heart going even when I'm not driving.
Yeah, sometimes it's better not to watch your team's car, is it? Just gonna avoid looking and
Adriano,
yeah, we didn't see that big send that you just
coloque aí
down into the second
pra
last
mudar pro Bruno. Eu tô tentando falar com
Yeah,
ele
we'd save
aqui,
a few
entendeu?
heart attacks.
Ou
corner. Just a
você
little.
puder continuar um pouco a
Meanwhile, we've
corrida
got,
e depois
more cars
trocar,
heading
nem que não
into pit
dê
lane as we
tempo.
run up to the 9.5 hour mark. One of those cars being Noel Dodge, the 888 ONID Racing Stronger
Tem
car.
3 minutos.
Yeah, we've
Eu
also
acho
got
que já
Sam
na
Grant
próxima
and Andy
precisa
Hearn, so
trocar.
it is a full
É,
pit stop at the moment.
Se não
along
tá
with
conseguindo
Conor
falar com ele,
Hitchcock
acho que eu vou
and the
botar eu
Butterdog's
mesmo.
Aston
Não,
Martin.
se você conseguir botar
That's
você
just
mesmo
showing
e
to the
qualquer
pits
coisa
as
aí.
well as we
Eu tô
see
tentando
Aiden
falar
Carr
com
coming
ele,
into
porque daí assim,
So,
vamos falar assim, se você
in
aguentar
about
mais 15
60
minutos,
seconds or
20,
so,
20
you'll
minutos,
see
dá
if,
pra trocar também, né?
he manages to take the lead still.
Mas aí vai fazer 2 paradas, aí perde tempo.
Aí é com você, né?
Vamos
So
ver.
there's the
Se conseguir
55
tocar,
mark
beleza.
pitted
Vê se
a
tu
little
consegue falar
earlier.
com ele aí.
And
Beleza,
they
tô ligando o
have
celular
the
dele.
99 Nissan still
Valeu.
on their tail, just within a second. As we look back to Hearn, who is going to be pushing on. Hearts in mouth a little bit as everyone else is pitting, and they want to make sure that they take back the lead of the race.
Yeah, it looks like in the last couple of laps they've had a little almost coming together with a back marker as well, just getting held up a little bit. So it's going to close the gap even more. That looked like an awful lot of curb as well, Daniel. You better be watching those drive-through track limit warnings. But it is going to come
This is
close. We're
about
coming
this,
down
so
into
for
the second
that
last corner. Needs a good run out of here to get the power on down the straight. As we're seeing, Matt Goodyear Scott's already leaving the pit lane, so it looks like the 900 is going to take the lead. It's going to be close though.
It is going to be close. As we look down the start finish straight. That's them just in front heading into the first chicane. Is it? Or no, that's them behind.
Yeah, so Matt Goodyear Scott has taken the lead overall. The 900 car has jumped the 52 of Daniel Hearn. So going to be a little bit catching up to do in will there be team orders maybe? Apparently no. We've just heard from the team
I'm going
manager.
to go on stream and say the boss says no, they can fight as much as they want.
As long as the golden rule about teammates is don't take each other out.
Which usually happens with ONID cars, so we'll see.
You can't make me laugh. I've got a cough.
The gap is just 1.5 seconds. We've got the number 10 car having an issue. Rob Spillane at the first chicane. They're recovering now. Bit of clear track to do so. But they were in 7th place. So they'll be losing a few positions from that mistake.
Yeah, they're still in 6th, but the gap back has massively reduced now. Although, I think they've still got a decent gap behind. There must have been... I assume it's maybe pitted cars, which is causing these big gaps at the moment at the front. Because even with that spin, they are 15 seconds ahead of 7th. And it definitely wasn't that big before. So,
É, Adriano, eu não tô conseguindo falar com o Bruno.
Tranquilo, já comecei outra.
Beleza.
Vê se consegue nesse meio termo aí.
Não, beleza. O
Big job to do this stint
o
if they
Aldemir,
wanna try and,
você começou
catch
agora,
it up.
né?
But obviously,
É.
that's been
Não, então beleza.
hurting
Eu vou
the
avisar o
tires too.
Aldemir aqui que começou
will make
agora,
this
daí
stint
daqui uma
easier.
hora ele entra.
yeah, hopefully they
Beleza.
are towards the end of the stint, so we'll be pitting and getting rid of them. But it's not what you want. It's kind of gutting, is it? When you've done an almost kind of an hour and 10 minutes, no mistakes, good pace, and then you spin with like 2 laps to go before you pit. It's you feel so bad. We're now looking at Dave Selecki in the ONID Racing, catching up with the Racing Stronger car of all he knows. Hopefully Dave has recovered a little bit from yesterday, because the stint timer may not define his stint length, shall we say, if he was racing yesterday. With some slight stomach bug or something. So hopefully he has recovered from that and manages to make the full 75 minutes. But he's going to have something to distract him from it, at least, as we see another drive-through pop up for Heidenreich. Drive-through number 2.
Only the second drive-through. That's quite remarkable. But of course, still 9.5 hours for drivers to pick them up. They've been doing well so far, I would say. Let's see how it continues for the rest of the race.
I remember doing the Misano 12 hours, where me and Daniel Lindblom managed to get a drive-through and then another 3 track warnings in the first 6 hours, and then we handed the car to D-Stack and Chris Larson, and they did the next 6 hours getting no track limit warnings whatsoever. Pretty impressive round Misano.
That is pretty impressive with how much you can push the track limits there. We just argue that the game was being lenient all the times.
Porra, meu irmão.
But as we back on board with Daniel Hearn, who has now caught up to the back of Scott in the 900, starting to put the pressure on. So we'll see how aggressive he will be with his teammate.
Yeah, Sam Page giving a little bit of insight into the ONID rookies car, I believe, saying that they're on 3 warnings, so that's a long way to go on 3. So expecting a drive-through from them anytime soon, as we're seeing a 5-second penalty come through for the number 100 car. Sen Tut driving it at the moment in 4th place, as this doesn't look like much of a battle.
What's going on here?
I think you need team orders to tell them to battle.
Well, I know Matt wasn't feeling as quick as Dan. I just didn't expect him to just let him through.
Think of the bigger picture, I guess.
Yeah.
It's early days.
Yeah, we still have 9.5 hours to go. Still no sight of any weather, by the way. So this is a distinctly not ONID race stream.
You're gonna have to keep putting the pop-up saying no rain expected in 30 minutes. Remember the 24-hour, was it?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
End up going most of the race without rain, but then when it comes, track flooded.
like this.
Yeah.
Oh, não é possível, meu irmão. O que você quer, velho?
Hopefully it'll come.
Que desespero.
I wonder if everyone's got their wet tyre pressures sorted, because you can't just maximise them all now. Then it'll be so much different, because the before, you know, when the glitch was discovered and you could just whack the tyre pressures up to the max and you were still pretty quick on a drying track, it's going to be very difficult to get the changeover point, I guess.
There'll be some relearning from everyone, and probably a bit of guessing on what the tire pressures are when the rain first comes.
Tá me
If the
atrapalhando.
teams are lucky, it'll continue raining and they'll be able to have back-to-back stints to try and help them figure out the pressures that they need.
loucura é essa, velho?
As we're seeing the number 11 car go down the inside of the number 8 into turn 2. Gets that move done. And yeah, a good move by Niels there, by Infelix Racing. As we got a drive through for track limits as well for the number 66. That is the blue Bentley, driven by N Dodds at the minute.
Yeah, they're currently defending from the Nissan. Well, they won't be defending for much longer when they come down pit lane. But that 99 Nissan is starting to make a comeback, as the number 8 Ferrari, as you can see, has got BMW behind it. But
Yeah.
that is not on the same lap. So we'll see if they... it is number 84 there, which is a few laps down. So we'll see if the 8 Ferrari decides to lap through or not.
Yeah, 84 driven by E Sparks. A pretty quick driver, if I remember rightly. So, not sure if they had some issues at the start and has dropped them down, because I'm sure they were higher up in qualifying. But, as we are seeing Dodds come in for H&L Motorsport to take that slow, sad, regretful drive through. Hopefully not last. Hopefully not after you get to the end of the pit lane.
A lot of time to think about the mistakes that you made, or maybe the mistakes that your teammates made before handing over to you. As here we're looking at Carrick in the 225 Bentley, trying to hold off Sherlock in the 51 McLaren as they head up to the first chicane.
Bentley, is it still as good at taking the curbs? I think it must be, because I noticed the collision box was raised in the latest update, which surely means they can take curbs even better now. Not using them as much, Carrick, is just clipping the sausages, but that is letting Sherlock go for a move around the outside. Is he going to get the switch back to the inside? Not quite, doesn't get the drive out. Bentley is very quick out of the corners. It is very wide as well. So it's going to be tough. It's going to have to be done on the brakes, I think, for Luke. Looking down into Aqua Minerale. Does kind of show the inside, but no near close enough to go for a move into there. So again, a good run up to the chicane. It's going to show the nose of the car again. Quick jink to the right hand side, but tucks back in. Bentley's got some legs on it, does it?
It sure does. They'll only make this pass ever more difficult for Sherlock. But if they can get close enough, get a run out of the final Ravazza, might be able to get a slipstream move into turn 1. But other than that, it is going to be a difficult move. As you can see, they've just dropped back slightly through those last couple of corners.
Yeah, Jan Badish in the RS27 car behind will be looking for a way past as well, because Jan's a pretty quick driver and won't want to be getting held up when they're trying to make the 17 seconds up to Heidenreich. So might be a little bit of team orders here. I did see RS team boss in chat earlier. You might have to weigh in on it. Dave Sleckie has now got tucked up in behind Chris Ferris, but gets a massive slide on out the last corner.
Trying too hard to get that run down, start finish straight. They'll still have the slipstream, which might pull him closer, but might be just too far back now with that slide. Still getting a defense from the Ferrari, so it seems a little uncertain of how much they want to defend. So first, holding position for now. How much longer will he be able to hold it?
Guess the BRT team are trying to bedazzle any cars behind with this livery. and throw them off a little bit, distract them. But it doesn't look like it's distracting Dave at all, as he gets so close coming out of the hairpin. Just doesn't get the power on as quick as Chris does. Going up to the quick left-hander.
Maybe that little wobble came from being distracted by the livery, who knows?
Maybe. Especially going into the night. You only get to see it when you're getting close up like he is just now. That is going to run wide and lose a lot of time there. And Dave's going to have to be careful, because Koi Visto isn't too far back either. Only it was almost 2 seconds. I bet it's going to be a lot less now.
Yeah, this fighting will only slow them up, give opportunities for others to close in. As we're looking at Sparkles trying to get around the 63 BMW as they head through Paratella.
BMW on BMW, so the power difference isn't going to make any odds here. It'll all be to do with traction out the corner and how late you can be on the brakes, but another bit of a dazzling livery as well. Maybe trying to go camouflage so people don't see them, like the Navy boats do. More fitting on a Bentley, I guess, but as I see, side-by-side action between Freddie van der Katsbeek and Wetterman. Wetterman manages to get the position back going into the second last corner, but it's going to be tough to hold on with the BMW power down this straight. Montero in the 31 Aston Martin, teammate as well, might be giving him a little would you bump draft, get yourself both pass, or would you try and fight? It looks like
side by side into Tamburello. On the inside, holding position for now, but a good run out of the chicane. Look to the inside for the 82. Have to back out of it. Can they maybe get a good run out of the second chicane? They'll slide from the Ferrari. BMW looks to the outside now. Can they hold it round the outside, just like the Nissan did a little earlier on? Looks like they have been able to. Now do they have to run up the hill to Paratella? Ferrari drops back behind, slots in, and position gained for the 82 BMW.
Yeah, Montero's going to be looking at that and going, right, I know exactly the move I need to do next lap. And be right on the back of it. But that's not the 11 Ferrari as well, is it? No, it's not. Similar livery, although Freddie van der Katsbeek runs very wide through the chicane, and that's going to let both Wetterman and Montero up through. So all that good work thrown away.
Ferrari running wide there. Is that a lapped Ferrari?
I believe so. Didn't quite catch the number, but I believe it is a lapped Ferrari. Given where they are on the straight, I would yeah, it must be. I think it is Ian Smith in the 89 Ferrari, so they're in 35th at the moment.
Unfortunately holding on to the last position spot, but still going. As we turn attention back to the 31 Aston, putting pressure on Witterman to try and get themselves into the top 10.
Yeah, it must be been relieved to get back past the BMW, but it's just another BBS car in the middle now. Just a slightly different shaped bonnet. A little bit less power down the straight, I would have said. So we'll hopefully be able to defend a little bit easier into turn 2. Into Tamburello. But this Montero is right up. Is alongside already going into chicane. Almost not quite, so tucks in behind again. The Aston definitely having a surge back after the latest BOP, which I'm kind of thinking I'll have to go back into it. As we've seen a yellow flag for Limonella at the chicane, unfortunately, in the background, but has got going now. Alex Shahabi, one that didn't do too well in qualifying, actually, this Merc. Was down in 15th, 16th, but is now up into 6th as Alan runs wide. QRT.
Não, eu que tô. Foi. O bicho não tá conseguindo falar com você? Ah, vou. Eita porra. Só que tá uma merda o stint agora, velho. O rendimento caiu muito. Não sei se é porque tá à noite também. E eu já tô cansado. Olha, tô errando o tempo todo. Não sei o que que deu que o Thales não conseguiu entrar, velho. Pois é, o bicho disse que não tava conseguindo.
Green light, go, go, go.
Não, tá de farol. É. Não, tem que dar um jeito dele conseguir entrar aí, pô. Fala com ele aí. Foi.
Então, como ontem eu loguei pelo celular no aplicativo, que eu não estava em casa, daí ele, tipo, registrou o IP do meu celular. Só que aí agora, quando eu fui abrir agora cedo, eu fui abrir no meu computador, loguei normal. Só que, como eu loguei no computador depois que iniciou iniciou o servidor, ele considera o IP do meu celular para o IP que foi logado antes de iniciar o servidor. Porque assim que inicia o servidor, se você mudar o IP, você sai fora, você desconecta, não consegue mais logar. Aí fica zoado.
Ixi. E não tem como registrar agora? E agora? Não, mas vai desclassificar, porque ele não vai rodar. Não, vai dar isso, porque o aviso tá aqui, pô. Todos os pilotos têm que participar. Tipo assim, ó, tá. Eita porra, merda. Eu e você já tá verdinho, aí faltou o Aldemir e o Thales. Aí se ficar vermelho, eu acho que vai desclassificar.
Galerinha, bom dia, bom dia. Se não der, mano, deixa quieto, mano. Pode abortar. Também vocês não precisam se sacrificar, não, mano. Tá, ele até sinalizou já lá no grupo, lá o Thales, que infelizmente, devido a um problema na IP, ele não vai dar sequência mesmo. Tá, se for algo que dê ainda pra solucionar, beleza. Senão, vocês já tem o ok aí pra desligar, mano, tá?
Ah, o Ademir já chegou na casa dele, ele já vai ligar, né? Ele vai entrar no próximo
Eu
Steam,
tô
que ele
por aqui,
confirmou.
rapaziada. Eu só vou silenciar
Beleza?
aqui que eu tô conversando com o meu
Aí
irmão.
eu vou fazer outra coisa aqui pra passar raiva.
Véi, se tiver alguma solução, a gente tenta. Senão, realmente não faz sentido continuar, entendeu? Cine, não dá pra excluir ele do time? É 29, 30 por enquanto. Era pra trocar os freios, eu nem troquei, velho. Porque parece que eu perdi muito rendimento de freio. Toda hora eu tô errando. Ah, o pneu é novo, pô. Não sei se é porque ficou à noite e o grip mudou. Peraí. Caralho, velho. Tá uma merda isso aqui, bicho. Vai, passa, meu filho. 26.2, 26.1. Eu tinha aumentado, mas eu achei que era o suficiente e não foi. Eu cheguei a aumentar. Mas realmente tá muito ruim, velho. Vamos lá. Vamos ver aí. O próximo seria. Ô, porra, velho. Não, tem que frear bem antes. Tá doido, velho. Tô errando todas. A referência é toda diferente agora. O próximo vai ser o Aldemir, como é que é? Ah. Volta 43 minutos. Deixa eu ver, peraí. 73. Com 120, na parada sobra 6 litros. Só me fala a pressão que eu tenho que ajustar aí. Peraí. Dois meia dois, 260, 262, 263. Todos. Peraí. Passa, meu filho. Pronto. Eu vi. Ela rodou aqui agora, né? Aham. Ai, quase. Puta que pariu. Esse grip aqui tá uma merda, velho. Senão eu tinha conseguido. Ô, velho, fazer stint duplo dá não, bicho. Muito pesado. Puxado demais. Tô vendo já. Porra, mano, tá foda isso aqui, velho. Não tô conseguindo acertar uma, velho. Não sei o que foi não, velho. Não sei se é pneu, se eu que fiquei ruim mesmo.
Fala, galera. E aí? Tudo bom? Que isso? Tá, aí é o seguinte, eu tô aqui na página do evento e tô aqui com o servidor, já encontrei, coloco a senha, só que aí ele diz que eu tenho que escolher a automática, sendo que eu já tô com ela escolhida. O que é que eu faço pra resolver isso? É, a nossa que você fala, aquela com... Isso, é, tá tudo certinho aqui. Eu não mudei nada. Deus. Peraí. Pelo próprio Discord você fala, né? Deixa eu ver se eu acerto isso. Porque eu entrei aqui pelo celular. Vou sair do celular e vou entrar pelo PC.
Tá me ouvindo? Tá, não. Eu faço isso. Alguma dica aí, como é que eu acho essa função?
Eu já volto, tá? Que eu vou ouvir uns áudios aqui, principalmente do Thales também. E quando tá em Discord assim, dá muito conflito de som, tá bom? 5 minutinhos, já volto aí.
Isso, já achei, aí um monte de coisa aberta, até lá. Vou lá, acho que deve ser isso. Tá vendo aí? Tá. Ligou, aceito. Oi? Ah, é aqui, tá. Eu escolhi lá fora e achei que eu já vinha pra cá. Não, eu acho que não quero trabalhar lá. Não. Lá fora tá, beleza, show. Quase. Uhum.
Green light, show them where you go.
Aqui eu não tenho como configurar nada, né? Tá tudo já pronto, né? Ah. Eu vou lá pilotar, não? Não. Aqui. Ok. Ó,
Falta meia hora ainda, pô.
tá, deixa eu. Tem como a gente voltar lá no celular? Oi? Peraí. Só o chat.
Ô, Cine, são quantos avisos que a gente tem? Só 3? Ih, eu já tomei os 3. Corte de pista 3. Mas só tem 3 no stint inteiro? Ou na corrida inteira?
Consegue escutar?
É isso que eu tô falando. O limite são só 3. De 12 horas, caraca.
Tá me escutando? Oi? Tá me escutando? Oi? Tá me escutando? Oi? Tá me escutando? Tá me escutando agora? É porque eu tava no PC e tava muito alto o som do jogo, eu não sei como mexer agora, eu voltei pro celular. Vamos lá. Tá. Ok. Tranquilo. Tá, ele já configurou tudo que vai fazer na troca e a próxima que tem que configurar sou eu. Show. Perfeito. Vamos ver se eu acerto as curvas, porque eu acabei esquecendo de treinar nem uma vez à noite. Mas vai dar certo. Vamos. Sim, sim, sim. Mas vamos de boa aqui, vamos se divertir. Mas tá pronto, fico na guarda aqui, na hora que passar pra mim eu dou o pé. Show.
He's almost pulling a second and a half out of these guys each lap, but he's flying.
I would imagine there was lapped traffic on for the 34 and 100 for them to contend with. But you can see just how much the drive-through has lost Scott. Now 33 seconds behind that battle when they were a few seconds in front. So losing nearly 40 seconds from the drive-through.
Maybe my sheet needs updated because I thought it was only 30 seconds lost, but Magginger Scott adding another 10 on. Whether that's through a little mistake going in or possibly just being cautious to make sure he doesn't get another drive-through for serving the drive-through, like someone did last night in Misano. No names mentioned, Stephen Bain.
I may have done the same this week as well. Not the only one.
Oh dear. We're meant to be good at these things. Shahabi right on the back of Blomqvist and has made the move on the timing screens that I've seen, going down into the last corner. Has to defend into the second last corner. Gonna give the Aston a good run. Is he gonna hold it? Looks to me like a good enough exit to hold, but Elvin doesn't look like he's gonna give up on this.
We know the straight line speed of that Aston. When it was dishing out the slipstream, it was still able to hold in front. Now it has the slipstream in its favour. You can see it's starting to close. Are they having a look? They're having a dive. They throw it up the inside. And they managed to make the move stick. I think there was some leeway given by the Mercedes. They sort of seen the move coming in their radar, left the space, but the Aston throwing it up the inside, having a wiggle. The Mercedes really not impressed by the move. A lot of flashing of the headlights as they're coming up to a Lambo that moves out of the way. Number 27, Sam Page doing a good job.
I think Shahabi's lights button is broken because he hit it that hard, because he's still flashing the lights. Yeah, we couldn't quite clearly see it on our the screen that we had, but it did look like a bit of a send. And Magginger Scott's got a 15-second penalty as well. 20-second penalty.
They have got a 20-second penalty contact with the 88. I believe that was the contact that sent the 88 into the pit wall earlier. So, really a bad mistake there from Scott. We know how much time it's cost the 88. We've seen how much they were struggling with the damage. And after that drive-through too, that's nearly a minute of time loss and penalties, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, not good at all for their race. Ben saying he's going to have a word. I don't know if he was coming through on screen.
I wasn't, I am.
Mercedes going for a move up the inside, isn't able to get far enough to make the move stick. They were left room by Blomqvist, but not being quite as aggressive, maybe being a little bit safer. But you can see they're eager to try and get back in front.
All this battling, look who's coming. JX Southfield in the TSRC GTR on the climb up from 36th place on the grid. Which was that last on the grid?
Yeah, so I was just coming on stream. The two TSRC cars had to start from the back because they had another event last night, so they couldn't re-qualify. Which we weren't pre-warned about, and it was accepted by the admins, so that's why both the TSRC Nissan started at the back.
And a charge up from the back there, having
one's ended up in a pit wall and one's ended up in seventh, so differing fortunes so far, I think.
Yeah, I would say so. I would feel out of the two, I would rather be in seventh in the pit wall. Johnny may think otherwise.
Oh no!
Waiting for the as the Fry Guys car of 823 Van Oosenen has just served his drive-through. Didn't want him getting away with that one without it being pointed out on stream. So he's sharing it with Dan Lindblom and I can't remember who he's sharing it with as well. I will find out.
It is Ossinen.
Oh,
For sure.
And Yanis Shelton is the third driver. Knowing Daniel, most of those 4 warnings would have been his. I would have said. But Shahabi right on the back of the Butter Dogs Aston again. Closing into Piratella. Then down the hill into Aqua Minerale. Shahabi in a tough place now, where if he attacks and gets the move slightly wrong, Southfield's going to pounce on him.
Yeah, it's that awkward position I mentioned earlier. You have to have one eye forward, one eye behind you. Just limits your potential for attack, and we've seen the Mercedes struggling with straight line speed a little bit. They've not been able to make a move on the Aston there, which means if they are going to get past the Aston, they're going to have to get a little creative around the lap. But in getting a little creative, that just makes it ever more likely that they'll open the door for Southfield.
Especially considering the GTR is currently the quickest car through the speed trap. It's not the 99, it's the 88, the other TSRC car, but 273 kilometers an hour compared to Shahabi's Merc, 271. So not too slow. Slowest car apparently is Kingston's Ferrari and Luke Sherlock's Mercedes. Oh no, the Lambo. The Lambo's the slowest at 263. That's probably because it has so much added weight, I think.
It could be, or maybe they just haven't got a really good slipstream run that we've seen from other drivers receive.
And it's another drive-through for the 66 Bentley of H&L Motorsport. Really, really pushing to be in last with these drive-throughs coming through. After they climb back up to 9th, it's going to drop them back down probably 14th, I think, maybe.
I have some horrible, horrible news. The leading 52 has unfortunately disconnected from the race. Oh, that is so horrible. They had a 14-second lead. It was all going so well for them. And that's a shame to see.
Yeah, hopefully they get back in.
It's all gone for pot for the 2 teams. It's all gone from pot to pot in the space of about 5 minutes.
Yes, that is a absolute disaster. I see them now. Even if they rejoined, they would be in 7th place. So, yeah, they're dropping down the field.
They're currently just rejoining, as you can see them pop back up onto the timings. But they'll have a short period of controls locked before they're able to rejoin. It will set them multiple laps back down.
Ben.
Yes.
Apparently likes football. I don't know anything to do with
I'm watching
football.
the football at the same time.
I just know John likes Ipswich,
John loves
and unfortunately
Ipswich.
his team is lost. So
got knocked out by non-league Maidstone. Oh dear. Well, anyway, back to the racing. But I'm just laughing at John, so I'll just mute my mic.
it's a shame. John's done nothing wrong. Butterdog's car was really wide through Piratella there. Maybe getting pushed now. Maybe the kind of mental side is coming in, as we're seeing the ONID Esports car switched off, parked in the pits, hopefully to join back in. But, you know, even if they join back in what is now 14th, I think, It's still a lot of time to make up positions. Still 8 hours.
I mean, there isn't much you can do about a DC, so I wouldn't. If I was them, I wouldn't feel too what can you do about it? It's out of your control. Really, like at what's ahead, they'll come out maybe down towards 20th. But they were quick. They had a lot of pace, and now they've got a lot of cars they can go and overtake. Just kind of reset your head, get back down, and go chasing. See how far up the field you can get. And just have fun with it.
Definitely, we've got a 10-second penalty coming in for car 177. That is Kingston in 27th at the moment for causing a collision. But yeah, a heartbreak for the disconnect, although I have noticed that it's going to add a lot more pressure onto you, and does mean that this battle between Tuck Gibson and Ardito is now for the lead of the race. Flashing at the BMW to say, please move out the way. I'm now battling for the lead as they've managed to get out the way now.
Yeah, just running wide through Piratella to let the McLaren through. They do have that 5-second penalty looming over them, as well as car 31, who picks up a 5-second penalty for causing collision under blue flags. But yes, as you're saying, pressure's on now. A gap is only about a second, but Tut has been closing that in. They closed in 7.5 tenths last lap, so we are getting on in this stint. There's only about 15 minutes left on stint timers until we get to the round of pit stops. Some cars will obviously be pitting earlier. So, it's an opportunity for, with that 5-second penalty, it'll be difficult for them to get out ahead. But they'll give it their best shot, I suppose.
Yeah, it looks like Miles Dixon's got back into the race for the 52 ONID Sports. They are in 8th place, 12 seconds down on the next car, and have lost a lap. Yeah, a lap and 33 seconds to the leader now, unfortunately. But we'll see how far they can get back up the grid and see if they can get a pretty respectable result still.
In fairness to them, that was a quick reconnect to only lose less than a lap and a half.
Sorry, Scotty. I was just about to say, also, they were probably about 10 minutes away from a pit stop, something like that, is it? 20 minutes? So it's not, they've had to be stopping soon anyway, so they'll get a full tank of fuel back in. So
that is a very good point, that they can sort of count it as their pit stop, so they'll make up a lot of time back with that. But if we switch to the lead,
I'm distracted.
No worries. Tut has got to the inside of Alessio, has taken the lead. Alessio having a look back to the inside of the second Ravazza, but nothing able to get done there. Does ruin their momentum out of the corner for Alessio, and might fall too far back to get a slipstream run down to the first chicane. So that is Tut now into the lead. Is not the effective lead just yet with that penalty looming over them, but they have got a few laps now to try and open up that 5-second gap to retain the lead through the pit cycle that is shortly upcoming.
When's your first stint in the car, Scotty?
We'll see. We make it up as we go along.
Okay, I was just wondering how much pressure you were going to have if you were getting into the car in the lead of the race. Or
at this point, it looks like I'll maybe be jumping in for the last 3-ish hours. Unfortunately, not enough time between this commentary stint and the next one to get a stint in.
Ah, well. It's a long way to go then until we see what's going to happen there. But Shahabi still being held off by Elvin Blomqvist. Really good defence from Elvin to hold Shahabi off for this long. I know they did get past earlier, but making that move back, we haven't seen how clean it was, but given there's no penalties for it, it must not have been too... well, it was aggressive, but it must not have been over the line. So...
aggressive, but fair. There is sort of an area where people can make a move that's maybe over the line, but they get away with it just because the car they were passing was safe, avoided the contact. You know, that can help keep you out of a penalty. They're coming up to lap of McLaren here. It's not moving out of the way just yet. Has a bad run through the chicane, which lets the Aston through. Shahibi thought about the inside for Tosa, but it was covered off by Blomqvist.
Yeah, Koivisto making it a little bit difficult there for Blomqvist, but both got through, no positions changed, and the battle carries on as we head down the hill again. Such an easy corner, this one, to lose the back end in and get a big slide. I haven't seen anyone do it so far, but I know I've done it plenty, especially driving the Porsche.
Yeah, especially if you just hit the curb wrong or get your transition onto the braking wrong, just unsettling the balance of the car.
Yeah, Shahabi still looks desperate to get past Blomqvist, still kind of showing the nose in, as we're seeing Tut pit out of lead of the race as well. So the God, I've forgotten the name already. What's your team name?
Flying Hellfish.
The Flying Hellfish 34 takes the lead again, with 123 laps completed.
Yeah, but they'll be due their pit stop within the next 7 minutes. So it's a crucial few laps for both drivers of the 134 to make sure that they can come out ahead. Let's see another track limit penalty, this time for the 87.
Someone DT, velho.
Yeah, that is for Big Soto down in 31st place in the Aston Martin. But what I did notice there is that Tut Gibson has just come out behind these two. Although it isn't Tut anymore. Sorry, it is Ben P, who is now in the McLaren. But that's going to be interesting because if Ben P's got more pace than Blomqvist and Shahabi, they could be stuck up behind for another few. Get a few laps.
Que merda, bicho.
Gonna give Ardito the advantage, having a clear track in front of them.
A quick look at the track map. They do have clear track for the moment, but BP will need a lap or two just to get the tyres up to pressure, get into that rhythm, into that groove. I don't know about you, but I find that the first couple of laps I've jumped in a car, I'm maybe a little bit shaky, not quite on the pace. Takes me a little bit to settle in. But that will hopefully allow BP, you know, he's got 2 seconds now in front of him, so hopefully the Shahibi and Blomqvist will have pitted by the time he catches up to them.
Yeah, it looks like they are on 1 minute and 8 into their stint timers, Ardito. So we'll be pitting in the next 3 laps. So not too much time to get that undercut and push on, as we're now seeing Kieran Sharp taking back the reins of the TSRC GTR and is right on the back of Evan Blidge again in the number 11 Ferrari. So 8th place on the cards for them soon, hopefully. Kieran Sharp now with the fastest speed trap in this GTR, as he gets a great run going up towards the chicane out of Aquaman Rally and makes it look easy. 8th place.
Yeah, important to get past the Ferrari. Ferrari coming to the end of its stint, as they're 1 hour 7 minutes into the stint. 63 also there, picked up a drive-through for track limits, which they have just cleared. But Sharp will now be looking to get on with his stint, use the fresh tyres that he has to open up a gap that Ferrari is sticking quite close behind as they head towards the first chicane, is having a look, but ultimately thinks better of it as they'll be pitting very soon.
Yeah, it's often once you get overtaken, you get that sort of you get the run on the car. As just another side note, you're seeing Shahabi and Blomqvist have come into the pits at exactly the same time as well. So it's a battle of the pit stops here.
So crucial for both drivers hit their marks perfectly on the pit box, straight up onto the jacks, because you can easily lose 2 seconds just from slightly missing your box. And in the case of Blomqvist, that could be position lost. It is so crucial. But we'll wait a little bit for them to complete their pit stops as we look at the 84 BMW of Chris Bourne.
Yeah, another car that's been on a kind of charge up from the bottom of the grid, but are going to have to be looking in the mirror soon to Kingston, who's closing in on them in the 177 Ferrari. The last laps, 45.9 and a 44.3, so traffic probably not helping. You can see on the track map there is a few cars in behind them, as you'll see them come over the hill. As we see the Thorpe and is it still Blomqvist? It's Ortegren.
Yeah, they have swapped over, but it was a good stop from the Aston. They pulled out into the pit lane. The Mercedes was sat there waiting another few seconds. So that gap has opened up, and the Mercedes now under pressure from the number 10 Ferrari as they came out of the pits. And the 667 under pressure from the number 11 Ferrari. So Ferraris have got a bit of work to do now as cars have come out of pit lane in front of both of them.
Yeah, it looks like as well, in amongst all of this, Kieran Sharp, who pitted 11 minutes ago, is now up into 5th place. So that's a fantastic charge up for them.
Making great use of the undercut, as we see the Ferrari just having a look on the Aston. Isn't close enough, but just trying to put a little bit of pressure on.
Aldemir, tá pronto aí, velho?
Trying to get a mistake out of the Aston as the driver is warming up and getting the tyres up to pressure.
Aldemir?
I'm noticing in the chat as well, Dan Hearn saying trying so hard not to get a drive-through.
Tô, filho, tô sim, viu?
And then obviously I had
Vou
the
parar agora,
disconnect.
viu?
Show.
Does that mean you were on 3 track limit warnings? But at least now you're not on any, I guess. Silver lining, maybe-ish.
I mean, if you count, as Ben mentioned earlier, the sort of pit stop that they saved, add a drive-through onto that, and they've nearly, with how quick they got reconnected, they've barely lost any time with those consolidation facts.
Yeah, well, they're now right on the back of Matt Goodyear-Scott in the 900, so about an hour later, and we're in the same spot as we were, except it's 3rd and 4th rather than 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, as we join Matt Campbell coming out of the pits, has just had the 823 Porsche sneak in front of them, but they're that down. The 100 is a few seconds back now. So that 5-second time penalty proving costly for them.
Yeah, along with little mistakes like that, just getting that a little bit over the sausage curbs, bouncing over the curb and into the gravel with the left-hand side wheels, just slows you down a tenth or two. And yeah, it won't help lap times at all, as we're seeing the two ONID sports cars again go battle. Are they going to battle more this time, do you think?
It doesn't look like it. A flash of the lights from Dixon looks like Scott just backs out the throttle a bit to let him by easily.
5, 4, 3, 2, É seu.
Yeah.
So Dixon pushing on to make up for the lost time. Switch now to 66 Bentley of Dodds, who's now chasing down that
Pegou?
55 Mercedes.
Peguei, tô aqui já na pista.
Yeah, this Bentley's been so quick. Just had issues through the race with mainly drive-throughs. Fellow compatriots as well, by the looks of it, by the big salt tire on the roof. So even though they're in a Bentley, I'll still cheer them on. I'm not a massive Bentley fan, to be honest. They're driving it, which I know usually
Olha lá,
gets you
boa
kicked out
sorte,
of
piloto.
ONID.
Qualquer coisa você chama aí.
As I've just heard, I've got limited days now. But I think my love of the Ginetta still keeps me in just. But yeah, they are right in the back of Thorpe now. Only 0.3 of a second separates them. In terms of lap time, quite a bit quicker on the last lap, but it's really hard to judge these when you get to this stage in an endurance race on lap time, because you don't know what's happened with kind of lapped cars, and as you can see, the Ferrari in front at the moment clearly holding them up, but there isn't anything wrong with what the Ferrari's doing. The Ferrari's still got to drive its own race, and will let them through, I'd imagine, on the pit straight, if not through these two corners.
I just want to point out, Dodds is coming up to the end of their stint, so they're out of sequence in the pits, so this isn't really a battle for position. Dodds 1 hour 11 minutes into their stint. Thorpe, as we know, just in the car not too long ago. So we'll see the 66 come down pit lane soon. But until then, they're putting Thorpe under a bit of pressure, which isn't the nicest way to be starting a stint and trying to find your rhythm.
No, definitely not, especially when you want to try and catch back up to the Ortogren and the Butter Dogs Aston, because I think the number 10 Ferrari is in the same situation as this Bentley and still needs to pit, which is correct. They need to pit this lap, actually. They've only got. It could. This is going to be quite close, actually, for the. Any mistake for the number 10 Ferrari. They've got about 30 seconds, I think.
They have a minute 20 on my end, so they should be just about safe. Worst thing they could do now is get a track limit warning, get a drive-through from it, and then forget to untick the serve penalty box on the pit strat. But hopefully they're not that close to a track limit warning. Keep it tidy to finish off a stint. Maybe it's the end. Maybe far and back will be getting a break, or maybe they'll be running on for another stint. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, as we saw, the penalty for the 177, the 10 seconds, has been upheld as well after their appeal, unfortunately. So they'll be serving that when they next go to the pit stop. We're looking at Berens now in the 11. Being put under pressure by Leighton Austin in the 74 BMW.
Bit of lapped traffic up ahead. It's a GTR. As we know, those GTRs have been quick. One of them getting far up the field, but the other facing some misfortune with incidents. We can see the BMW bit of a run here out of Aqua Minerale. They're close. Will they go for a move into the chicane? They will. They put up the inside of Ferrari, sees it coming, and just lets the move happen. Doesn't fight it too hard.
Yeah, now got Van der Steeg right on the back of them as well. You can see there is the ONID car in between, with Van der Steeg in that McLaren now. So putting pressure on Berens, and it will want to do exactly the same and keep onto the back of Leighton Austin in that BMW. .3 back. The McLaren the Ferrari, I would have said, is quite evenly matched down the straight. The McLaren making more use of the sausage curbs, I would have said, would be a strong point, as we saw the Bentley just come out behind these guys into 16th place. As seen a move down the inside into the second chicane. They are side by side, but the McLaren has to tuck back in, gets a run.
Fry had quite a wobble through the chicane. They back out of it. That the McLaren have the position, and now the Bentley will be wanting to find their way through, as they're just starting their stint.
Got the ONID BMW up in behind them as well. I think that's Dan Tomlinson. So Dan, a pretty quick driver too, will want to get past these cars and try and unlap himself, but is going to have to get out of the way for... There's another ONID BMW. Are all the ONID cars BMWs? Yeah. For God's sake. We're going to have a rule in that any two cars from any team aren't allowed to pick the same car, because it gets confusing. But this is Wacker and Dave Selecki now. So Chris Wacker and the Butter Dogs, who have chosen a different car, so we don't get them mixed up with the Aston. He put under pressure by Dave Selecki, who's doing an incredible stint given where he was yesterday. Having to defend into the first chicane, that's not going to give him the best run out. So Dave looking tucked in behind in through the second chicane. Will he get a better run out of it towards the hairpin? Moves to the outside. Brakes reasonably early, tries to get the cut back up the hill, but just can't get the power on as well as the Butter Dogs car. But you can see nothing to separate them.
Has a little look at the last moment, but not close enough for a move into Paratella. We'll have to follow them through Aqua Minerale now. Just being a little more cautious on the brakes as they're following in the dirty air. Being in the same car, they should get a good slipstream down the start-finish straight, and that should provide a great opportunity for a pass. They just have to make sure they stay close enough behind. As we can see, riding on board the front bumper of the 9 BMW. They need to get that as close as they can coming out of Ravazza 2. Looking at the rear wing now of 668. Important exit here. Looks just pretty even between two of them as they come onto the straight.
Yeah, not much between. You could almost fit another car in between, but you can see the BMW getting closer and closer and closer to the back. He's going to be close enough to try and make a move. Goes to the inside, hits the brakes late, but the Birdhouse car manages to hold it, and Dave's had a slide and ended up in the gravel.
On that tighter line, just trying to keep it tight, leave racing room for the other BMW, losing the rear end, ending with a short trip across the gravel. Luckily for them, no cars close enough behind for them to lose more positions, but they will have to try and regain that time onto the back of the 668.
Yeah, it's about 5 seconds lost from that little slide, so not too much, but enough to hurt. As we see Kevin DeHaan getting up to the back of John Lloyd in the Fry Guys camouflaged Aston Martin. I don't know how the Fry Guys liveries hasn't been uploaded, because it's been the same for about 15 years.
Yeah, it's been broken for the last 15 years as well on the Aston, I seem to remember. Stevie, have a word.
Ah, has it?
Yeah.
I'll have a word.
Have a word.
Yeah. I noticed in the chat as well, Sam Page said he hates the Lambo. And
yeah.
You're getting someone asking if Harry Brown wins every week. To which Harry Brown says, easy win every time. I don't remember winning last on Thursday, but yeah. He's a good stint from the ONID rookies car anyway at the moment. They are up into 17th with Nick Manders at the wheel.
A little weather update. We are still waiting on rain to arrive. Nothing expected. Well, to be honest, I'm hoping it's waiting till my stints. That would be greatly appreciated. But yes, calm for now. Just waiting for the weather. And we'll also take a little moment. Gap at the front has been slightly increasing every lap, up to 9 seconds now. That gap, as Heen is trying to keep the pressure on 72 Aston Martin of Lloyd.
Got a yellow flag just here as well as a car rejoining the track. It has waited until these two have got past, as you can see the Ferrari in the background. But possible coming together with the 8th place Louston in the 82 BMW, because I noticed they were both a yellow flag at the same time. So that has... The yellow flag for Louston has let Boardman catch up, and there's only 2.5 seconds in between them. And they're 6 seconds up the road from these two as well. So it's getting quite close still, even with almost 4 hours done.
Yes, of course, his teams are switching round drivers. As you mentioned, the Ferrari spun when it was in a pack of cars being lapped, spun in front of the 82, the 82 picking up a bit of damage there, unfortunately. But they weren't the cause of the incident.
One of these unfortunate things. Can't be helped. People make mistakes, and sometimes you've got nowhere to go. It is something with racing. I mean, if you look at any of the some of the F1 races, Hungary springs to mind. It's one driver makes a mistake, skittles everyone, but then some others can't avoid the cars that have been hit and come across you. So it's unfortunate, but hopefully it's not too much damage. They can carry on and don't lose too much time over the rest of their stint.
Yeah, as we jump on board Cox in the 91 McLaren, they're chasing down the 500 Nissan. As you can see, getting into the slipstream now. I imagine it'll be difficult for that McLaren. As we've mentioned, great straight line speed for the GTR. Should keep them ahead down this start-finish straight, even with the slipstream they're dishing out.
I find it strange how big the GTR is compared to the really sleek-looking McLaren. That the GTR is actually faster. You wouldn't expect it looking at the two profiles of the cars, but I suppose all the the aero flicks and everything on the McLaren, which makes it so good in the corners, just does raise the coefficient of drag that little bit higher, and makes the engine struggle that bit more. But definitely going to be an interesting one for David Cox, looking at the back of the GTR with a face on it. I feel like it'd be a little bit off-putting seeing the faces, especially one being in the bin by the looks of it. A different livery, shall I say.
Different and unique for sure. While we've been watching that, I just want to point out the number 9 BMW has caught back up to the 668 and managed to get a move down the outside into the first chicane. But the 91 McLaren still trying to put that pressure on, following as closely as they can to the faces on the GTR.
Yeah, I think it's gonna take a mistake from Bocci for McLaren to pass, because we do know, I mean, the McLaren definitely got a better run out of the last corner there. You can see him closing, but the GTR just has the legs once it gets up to its the top speed, so it's going to be a lunge, but not this time, or a mistake, which it looks like that might have been. Maybe not. Maybe it's the camera angle, because I looked okay through there. I thought he'd went deep.
Maybe he was a little deep off his racing line, because you can see the McLaren did close up, was able to carry a little more momentum through the chicane, but then the gap just opens back up again as the Nissan utilises its power.
Definitely. There is a few mistakes coming from Bocci. Again, running wide on the exit and touching the grass. It's going to let Cox go to the outside, but not quite enough. Going to have to try a little bit harder. So down into Aqua Minerale. Cox going to have to look to focus on getting a good run up the hill towards the hairpin, the chicane, sorry. As we're seeing the view that he has just now, off the back of that GTR.
He'll want to get the move done quickly just to get rid of that creepy face in the dark, surely. It looks creepy in this light.
Hello, Parkin.
Hello. Sorry, I've been in for a while, just trying to find a place to
come in. But yeah, another lap done, another lap where he hasn't managed to make the move, but yeah, it's a good drive out the last corner, but it's not going to be enough to make a move into turn one, I don't think, this time either.
Something you can just see in the rear view screen, the McLaren is getting lapped, which doesn't seem ideal, but it could present an opportunity as the 52 Aston makes its way through. But now, of course, the Nissan will also have to let the Aston pass, and they'll have to be careful not to show that opportunity to the McLaren that lets them through. As you can see, Nissan pulling over, lets the Aston through, and covers off any chance that the McLaren might have been wanting to have a sneak at.
Yeah, I often find it's you always think when you're chasing a car and you've got to let a car past, I always think, oh, let the car past in like a really good place, follow them through when they then catch up to the back of the car and chase them. Never ever works out. Yes.
No, it never does, but you know, that one time it will, and you'll feel really clever for it.
Yeah, once in a blue moon. But, yeah, Alex has joined us as well. How are you doing, Alex?
Yeah, not too bad, man. Did power run this morning, so my knees are particularly creaky this afternoon. Yeah, enjoyed watching as much of this as I could before I came on comms. Yeah, pretty good. How's the first 4 hours treated both of you? I'm not sure if you've been here for the whole time.
We've both just done the last 2 hours. It's been good. Been lots of action still going on. Lots of battles up and down the field. It's a little bit more spread out at the moment, but there's still kind of clumps of cars that are all within a few seconds of each other. As we're seeing, is that a 30-second penalty for the 177? That's a pretty hefty penalty coming through for them.
I'm reading here they've picked up 2 penalties. It was initially a 10 seconds for a causing a collision, trying to make an overtake, and then a per rejoin, getting them a further 20 seconds, picking them up to now 40 seconds worth of penalties for their next pit stop from 25th position.
Yeah,
according to the game text, it wasn't a poor rejoin, it was an awful rejoin, so it was a step beyond that, I think. I'd love to know what they did, but probably best not to discuss it too much.
Yeah, I've seen it. MLS can be a hard track sometimes. You get stuck on like the inside of Piratella, where we saw the Ferrari stuck earlier. It can take a lot of patience to get past, but we are on our way to head into the 8 hours left mark. We'll be switching over to Alex and Sam Grant. Sam will be back in the car after doing a good stint in the number 17 up in 17th. He'll be back and he'll be able to give us a driver's eye view of, or not an eye view, driver's perspective of how the race has been going for them as well. So me and Scotty will be leaving you, but we'll be back soon.
you sticking around, Steve? Or are you done after this one? I can't quite remember the schedule. Oop.
I'm going to have a bit of a break. And I'll be back in 2 hours.
I didn't give him any warning, by the way, stream, so they're just thrown straight back into it.
Well, we're 4 hours in, guys, and we are up in the professionalness.
Yeah.
If that's even a word. Yeah, as the graphic said, comms lineup is me, Alex Parkin. You 2 days in a row, well, 2 out of 3 days you've been treated to me on comms for the first time in a while, so you poor bunch. But I'm not my own. Stevie, I think, is leaving us imminently, but I'm joined by Sam Grant. Hi, Sam.
Yeah, hello. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hello. And fortunately, there's still Ben operating the cameras.
Yeah, I'm going to go back on mute and finish my lunch. Yeah, I'm flagging already. I'm only 4 hours in, so I'm going to go finish my lunch.
This is a sprint race compared to 24.
Oh my god, I know. But I have Johnny in the same room for the 24s. It keeps him on my toes, you know.
That's true. Descend into insanity together across the whole event. What you got for lunch, Ben?
Ham and cheese sandwich.
Ooh, enjoy.
Living the life. Enjoy.
With ready salted crisps, a water, and plain flapjack,
and an apple. Yeah.
Right, I'll let you enjoy your lunch while we continue to watch David Cox in 29th. Still, as we've seen for the last little while, chasing down Bockett in the GTR in 28th. So, Sam, how are you doing? Have you been driving it all yet, or are you going driving later?
Yeah, I was in the BMW with the rookies team. Yeah, interesting matchup here, by the way. The McLaren and Nissan. Obviously, Nissan great on the straights, but I've heard the McLaren has been, especially with this latest BOP, gutted on the straights. It's got no power.
I think that's probably fair because it's just so dominant in any corners. It should not be able to lap with like a 216 at Spa, should it? I guess that's the whole point of GT3 racing. You have the BOP to have strengths and weaknesses in each car, what kind of balances out. And the McLaren just wasn't when it initially came to the game.
No, well, Cox here still 2/10 behind. That, as you say, really creepy face in the dark. I mean, it is really dark. It's brighter here than it is in the game, I must say. Obviously, you've got headlights here from all of the cars, and I mean, obviously that looks particularly dark, but when you're heading towards one of these corners, you know, and you're really trying to find these obscure references like, you know, a side road or even sometimes a patch of yellower grass, you know, it's getting harder and harder to see. And it'll be interesting to see how many of these drivers can, you know, hold on to their pace that they've been delivering so far, and how many of them might be able to, you know, take opportunity of that.
Yeah, definitely. It's over the course for a long race like this. It's all about give and take, and well, yeah, this battle's been going on for a while now. Finally got past though.
Yeah. That's just as we were talking about how hard it was to pass. They did it.
Yeah. Well, as we saw with the GT2 and GT3 matchup in the week just after the DLC dropped, even though you might have a pace advantage on the straights, you get as we switch to Miles Dixon, even though you got a big pace advantage on the straights, it's very hard still to get the move done because you've got to have a good drive through the last 2 corners, as Miles is showing. Gets up the inside on a blue flag car and continues on his way. Got a yellow flag out as well, actually. Car 177. Our curve gets underway. I don't know quite what happened, but I suspect they probably took too much curve at the tight chicane at the end of the lap.
Yep. Not my car. Car is 17, so close, but extra 7 on that one. I think we're sitting further up. Last time I checked, it was 17.
How fitting.
Yep. Happy with that so far. We knew we kind of had better pace than what we kind of delivered in quali. So obviously that's being delivered now, which is great. And we've not had any kind of major penalties. Obviously we had 1 5-second penalty.
Aldemir, tudo bem?
For track limits or anything yet.
Como é que tentando?
To see as well how many, especially as it gets
Tá de boa, né?
can hold on to.
Só tem uma coisa que eu tô achando muito diferente do que eu tava pilotando, que a reaceleração do carro tá muito diferente.
Eu também senti, tá bem diferente. Eu não sei se é porque anoiteceu.
É, tipo, ele tá demorando muito pra retomar minha aceleração nos pontos que eu filmava, sabe? Eu tô tendo que tentar dar o pé antes, só que aí quando eu tô dando o pé antes ele sai de traseira, eu tô meio tentando me adaptar aqui.
É isso aí, tenta fazer a corrida na boa, não precisa pressa. Só tenta não sair, beleza?
No solo drivers in this event. There's no one. I think we limit the team size to 2 or more, so
yep.
Nobody's mad enough to do the whole thing solo. Unlike I saw someone in the
Falta
24 hours
quanto tempo
Daytona win
ainda?
their split alone.
De corrida,
Yeah.
7 horas e
The
50.
longest I think I've done
Não,
solo
o
is
stint.
4
Seu
hours.
stint.
And that was tough, so I can't imagine doing anything more than that. So 12 hours. Oh my goodness. We've got 2 drivers, so you know, we're kind of lucky as well that we're not splitting it between 2. Obviously, even luckier still for.
Onde é que eu vejo? Tem um cara que eu vejo isso?
Tá escrito aí,
Yeah,
stint
exactly.
e o tempo
Are you,
embaixo.
splitting
Logo
the driving
abaixo
evenly,
do.
or
Ali
you
no canto
having one
superior
driver
esquerdo.
do more time, or how are you divvying the workload up?
It should work out to be fairly even. Obviously, when we plug it into our spreadsheet and it spits out you know, stint times, start times, it does show a bit of unevenness originally because it works out that your stint time will literally be 75 minutes, which we know is not going to be true. So the last driver, which is me, will also have, you know, it'll add on to that. So it does balance out eventually, but at the current point in time, I think Nick Mendes is doing more. So
I guess as well weather will play a part if we actually get any, because that could change your stints a lot.
yeah, definitely. That's something we've been talking about as well in the team, especially with rebalancing the stint times, because if it does rain and you have to box halfway through your stint, then we're not so worried about trying to get the most out of each stint because we're going to have an extra stop anyway. So it can, you know, we can fit it into there. Interesting though, it hasn't rained so far, and I don't think it's forecast to either. When we looked at our data, that was kind of this rudimentary tool. It worked out that there'd be a rain every 5 hours.
Okay.
So then that's an average. Yeah, that's been simulated across however many thousands of weekends. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as it approaches almost the 5 hour mark. So we're 6 hours in. No, sorry, 4 hours in now. A further 50 will take us to that 5 hour mark.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to play with Lenny's Lounge now while you talk about that, just to give you a vague idea of what the chances are. I don't think Johnny would have set an endurance.
Eu não sei se é alguma configuração do meu HUD que tá diferente, mas eu não tô vendo não.
Just looking.
Não.
Sessions, full drive. So
Do lado do painel do carro, aí você tá usando câmera de cockpit?
1% chance of full wet, which hasn't happened, and
Do lado do
55%
painel
chance
do
of a
carro aí, lado
weather,
esquerdo, não tem nada? As
Yeah.
permissões de pitch
I'd
aí?
be staggered if it stayed this boring. But also, knowing our kind of luck, we've had a lot of very wild weather enduros. Watch us get the most plain boring weather for 12 hours.
Bem aí, do lado esquerdo do painel.
I think it will rain. It's just a matter of time. I said that.
Well.
I got told off for saying the R word earlier with Hydra and Ben. I've just said it a dozen times in the 10 minutes I've been on comms.
Yeah, so as well as us two in the comms box, there's 55 of you watching as well, so thank you very much if you're watching. If you're active in chat, excellent. If you're just watching and not in chat, also excellent. Thanks for sticking around, everyone. Hello to Merani. Good to see you on the endurance race. I know you're racing. This is the AM series. Are you racing today, man? And we've also got Sam Page trying to induce it with the rain dance in chat. So good luck with that one.
Boa, tranquilo.
So, as we can see, Sharp actually had a bit of a mare down the bottom of...
Beach.
Trying to figure out where we are.
That's
at the top of the hill, even.
No.
That's
Yeah,
the top
you're
of the
right.
hill. So it goes wide and then comes back on track. Does lose a fair bit of time. Leaves Autogren.
Tenta não, depois você vê isso aí, se concentra aí, vai de boa.
Let's see how far away they actually are on the timing screen. So 6 tenths, 5 tenths, 3 tenths. Oh, okay, it's rapidly closing. And that'll be because they're in a corner. The chicane.
I'm amazed
The run then.
they came out of that so well. I can't believe no one ended up in a wall. It was a pretty hefty impact in the braking zone as he looks at the inside and the second last corner decides better to stick up the inside and comes out behind.
Yep.
I'd say it's going to slipstream down the straights, but I feel like Nissan's going to just pull away in a straight line.
Yeah, but the Aston Martin equally quite rapid in the straight line.
Really? It can keep up with the GTR?
Well, I don't know if it'll keep up with the GTR, but from what we've seen, it is quite quick down here. Quicker than us, at least. Maybe it's just a skin issue thing.
Possibly. Or a wang issue, possibly.
Possibly. Speaking of wangs, there are definitely some others going super low downforce setups in the BMW, and they are so hard to catch on the straight, but so slow through some of these complexes. But you know, it's so hard to overtake it. That's a compromise that's quite good to have sometimes. You're not going to be passed into some of these places. So if you can have that amazing power on the straight, it's a good balance.
Yeah, because like going back to the GT2 launch race we had at Imola earlier in the week, GT3s destroy the GT3s in the straight, but the GT3s make up all in the corners. And throughout the entire lap, you get the GT3s pulling away, and then by the end of the braking zone for turn 1, you're right in the back bumper again. It's like you say, unless you've got a massive speed advantage, it is a tough overtaking track. This one, as car 51, the race is stronger. Cars just cleared a drive through with track limits. That's the first one I've seen, I think, in the bits I've been watching so far.
So I think Matt Goodyear Scott had one earlier. I think that might have been the first, if I remember correctly. So this would be the second. Ben might have an unofficial counter on his desk or something. We're at 4.
Oh, okay.
Oh dear. Okay.
Good job we don't run enduros. Oh.
No, it's 6. I think it's 6. I forgot.
It's 8 according to Goodyear Scott. Oh, Sam, sorry.
Sam!
It's exponentially increasing.
I've obviously dozed off in the middle of it.
It's a good job we don't run enduros at Curta.
Yep. So, according to Sam, 8.
Oh, another one. 9.
Drive through track number 72. That would be Lloyd, who were actually a car behind there, cutting across the top of Acro Minerale there, so understandably getting a drive through. But obviously, what it does mean if you get a drive through track limits is you get the opportunity to have 3 more warnings, which is silver lining and everything.
And Sam's team has been on 3 warnings for 3 stints. Well done to the 3 stints.
Yep.
Boo to the person who picked up the 3, I guess.
Yeah, my next question would be who was driving the car first.
Is that Stevie Bain's car, or is that a different one? That would be my
Stevie
first.
Racing, I don't think he is.
No, I don't think he is either, actually. But yeah. Marijuana, it's sad to see you've not got a team, but hopefully he can make the next one as John Lloyd pulls into the pits from 11.
Yep.
Serving that drive through straight away.
Yeah, straight away. Whatever works best for their strategy. Who else we've got?
So, in terms of field spread, just having a look at the timing charts. Matt Campbell, obviously, M. Campbell currently leads. We've got 6 cars still on the lead lap. It's just lap 7, so not a massive field spread at the front. There's a couple of cars still in contention. I know at the last 24 hours we had a last lap battle for the lead, which was just stunning. So we've got the potential for a repeat here with a couple of ONID cars in the hunt.
Yeah, I think if we have a quick peek at Autogren, 4 tenths off of Sharp in 6th place. If we can, that's probably. So we've got Sharp ahead of him, 3 tenths off of a back marker as well, so that might come into play for Autogren trying to sneak past and take that 5th place. A lot of lap traffic, obviously. It's not the biggest track, and there are quite a few cars, so there are some pockets all grouped together. Obviously, with how hard it is to overtake here, you have to take every opportunity and take advantage of these blue cars as well, blue flag cars as well.
Yeah. Not the worst track for blue flags, I suppose. There is a decent amount of track width, but you don't want to get it wrong and stray onto the curbs too much. Naka brought in chat, Ben, asking if we can watch the Sharp versus Ertogren battle. That is for P5.
Yep.
There we go, right in queue. Although Ertogren's showing a 7, so I don't know why that is. Oh, there we go, it's corrected.
Yeah, so Autogren P6, Sharp ahead P5, Autogren half second back from a lapped car of Parker, who was actually in the Bentley.
Good to see the Bentley getting some love. I know if Johnny's watching, he'll be delighted with that. But the ONID Bop doing wonders for the Bentley on Sunday League, at least, anyway.
Yeah, I love to see the variety. That I did race for a point where half the grid would be a McLaren, another half might be, a Ferrari, and you just look at that, and it's not as exciting as it could be, I think. And that some of the cars actually look good, I think. So, I like to see them, especially the Aston Martin, for instance.
Yeah, it's good for it not to be a sea of McLarens and whatever the other meta cars at the minute, as we've got a good battle down the straight. Coming into T1, Ertogren looking to the outside. Takes the pit lane exit. GTR should be weaker in the corners, but that doesn't matter. It's got a pace advantage. Can he carry it through into the second chicane? Ertogren drops back and back in line.
Yeah, they look fairly even going to that chicane. Both brake fairly at the same point. Obviously, on the inside, you do actually want to slow down a bit more. See how much speed that Aston Martin can carry through this. stick with him through the hairpin.
It really does catch up in the first phase of the corners, but as soon as that Nissan gets on the power, it can't cope for very long. It just loses ground.
Yeah.
But yeah, good to see a great mixture of cars. I know, having said that, 1, 2, 3, 5 of the top 9 are all Aston Martins, but ignoring that fact, we've got GTRs, we've got one McLaren, a couple of BMWs, Porsches, a few Ferraris. Got a really good mixture of cars down the grid. Even one Bentley that I can see.
Yep, and a Lamborghini sitting somewhere hidden away, I think, unless they've disconnected. So.
They're 35th and last, but they are winning the Lamborghini class.
Oh, amazing. Great to see.
Yeah, the attrition rate's pretty good. We had 38 teams signed up, and 4 and a bit hours into the race, we have 35, which is pretty
yeah, we've
good
seen
going.
a couple of disconnects as well, which is, sad to see, really, but not intentional.
No, you'd hope not into a 12-hour race, but yeah, I know the server protection things might have got a few out because we don't often run those, but it's it's good to see.
Wow, that's bright. I think I've just been adjusted to the dark and yep. So that little slip road on the right creeps up. It's hard to see in the dark. It's just those little things. Can't imagine. There's grass there and gravel there on both sides. Gonna cost him. Nope, definitely not. That's gonna give Sharp some breathing room at least to clear some of this traffic. Without having to worry about trying to defend or make some awkward position as well.
It's also helpful for Tigrenis who's trying to get past the Nissan. He's got Thorpe behind him who's just about to go through turn 3 now, and he's 1 sector of the track ahead. So he's got room behind him to play with. So it's a little bit consequence free if he doesn't make a mistake like that, at least.
Yep.
And there you go, Sam.
So
That's
hard,
the attitude. You are winning something. And it was Jan Bodish who picks up all the track limit warnings for the ONID Hamilton car, I think. If anyone else in chats wants us to look at another car, feel free to pop up and we can put it on screen. It's night time, so it's not the best view for you, but we promise you it's the right car if you do ask.
Yeah. So Dahan here on the back of Boardman. BMW on Aston Martin, and he just goes around the outside at the hairpin. See what kind of drives they can both get. Hangs on to it. I think he's got a better line.
So he went wide and took the faster line around the outside. He has got ahead, and no way for that Aston Martin to get back in this corner because that would be a very risky move if it was.
Yeah.
Greza 812, please feel free to stay on our 111 car. Go on then. It's a good battle, and it gives us a bit of a flash. So that marker gets past nice and easily into Aqua Minerale. Yeah, do not want to be going side by side even with a blue flag car through there. It could end quite badly. Marijuana want to see car 89, but we'll stick with this battle for a little while. Oh no,
this is car 89.
Ben's given us car 89 there, thank you. Yep. The Tango car.
The Tango car, yeah. And it does take 2 to tango, so who is he up against? In P33, as I try and quickly find it on my own screen.
For those of you watching, car 89 is Tango Orange, so it's a very fitting livery, driven by Daniel Smith, James Hodgson and Oscar Bayliss, driving the Ferrari.
Do you think Mirawani wanted to see car 89 because it's a Tango car and because he often runs the Selecto drink? Is there
soft drink rivalry?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, other soft drinks are available, but maybe. It's a shame we ain't got the Selector livery on track. And it's an AMS team as well. Ah, of course it is, yeah. I know Daniel Smith's AMS driver, but I can't remember which one it was as a car dips up the inside and gets through unscared through the chicane.
Yep. So I think he is behind the leader, Campbell there. Obviously, Smith being lapped. So he's got a lot of drivers to let through, but he's got his own race. It's not like Formula 1 where you see a big flag and you have to get out the way. But obviously there is a degree of respect, especially in an endurance race like this. They won't fight it too much, or at all in some instances.
Get a few penalties popping up actually for car 87. Not driving predictor under blue flags causing a collision with car 99, so yeah, gotta be careful. Do want to best advice for blue flags really, I guess, isn't it? It's stay predictable, stay on your line, and try and let them through quickly. And
Yeah,
there we
definitely.
go. Right on cue.
Yep. Yep. Just stick to your line, or make it obvious when you're going to move out the way as well. You don't really get confusion because you can't talk to the guy driver. Sure, maybe you've got some indicators, but they might not see it, and you might not use them. So just stay predictable. Yeah. So P10 here, Boardman off the back of Han, 3/10. I feel like we were looking at these guys a few moments ago. Are they back at it?
They are the closest battle on track. They're the only car within a second of another one. Remember, I only wanted to make some more soft drink or weird brand liveries. Yeah, there's a lot of potential out there.
Yeah.
How was your
seen,
sandwich? Oh, go on.
So I don't know if you were here earlier in the daylight. Did you get to see all the liveries today?
No, I missed that, I think.
Some really nice looking ones. Did you see a drive through? I don't know if that's a reminder or a new one. 55.
It's a brand new one.
Brand new one in the Mercedes. It's the lucky guy that gets 3 more warnings available to him. At least. Straight away serving that in the pits. Don't want to get speeding in the pits as well, so stops it right on time.
No, this is not a pit lane you want to check any more than you need to. It's a really fast pit straight, it's a real long pit lane. I'd say it's almost approaching Indianapolis levels of bad if you do have to take a drive through. It costs you a lot of time.
That's for sure.
Opa! Matei aqui. Apanhando um pouquinho do carro aqui. Pois é, eu não sei onde é que eu vejo isso, que eu não estou enxergando. Deixa eu tentar interpretar aqui. Ah, tá. Peraí. Só um instante. Não sei se é esse. Se esse é 85 ou se é esse 69. Não. Tá, excelente. Ah, tu tá falando quantos litros tem, né? Eu tenho 49 litros. Vamos lá. Eu acho então. Ah, deve ser esse 16 aqui então. Cara, cheio minha traseira aqui agora. A temperatura ideal dos pneus é 6,8, mais ou menos. Tá, a minha aqui tá tudo. Tá 26, 26,1, 26,5, 26,4 na traseira. Na dianteira, as duas dianteiras 26, traseira 26,5 e 26,4. Você é o Bruno. Ai. Ó, tá aqui 25,7, 25,1. Eu aumento 2 em cada só? É isso que eu não tô conseguindo achar. Eu não sei se a minha road tá desabilitada alguma coisa. Ah, deixa eu ver aqui. O pior que não tá. Ó, porque tem assim, ó, o que tem aqui no meu painel aqui de... Ô, filho. Ó, tem aqui, eu tenho a classificação, lá embaixo tem assim, o último, voltas e o tempo total que falta. Ah, que bosta.
Green light, go, go, go.
Eu não tô conseguindo achar isso. Verdade. Não sei se o meu painel tá diferente, alguma coisa. Porque, vamos lá. Eu tenho do meu lado esquerdo aqui, eu tenho um mapa. E eu tenho um painelzinho pequeno, com, sei lá, mais ou menos uns 8 pilotos. Aí tem assim, tem o número, o nome, o número do carro e tem 7 voltas É assim, mas os caras não tem, não. Não tem pistanhas. Não tô. Tem não, cara. O que tem é lá em cima as iniciais do nome de cada um. Não.
Isso aí deve ser do HUD dele, cara. Talvez não tenha configurado o HUD.
Não sei.
Pior que não tem nem como saber.
Não, não. Tá aceso.
Pior que não tem nem como ele saber quanto tempo falta, né?
Não tem nada aqui que eu esteja vendo.
Por onde você tá assistindo ele? Nossa, é porque só pode duas, né? Eu tinha esquecido desse detalhe. Essa corrida tá sendo transmitida? Caraca, já acho que vai se achar agora. Aqui, achei.
Isso, a única coisa que eu consigo ver é que faltam 11 voltas e eu tenho 36 litros de combustível.
Ah, tem que fazer login, né?
Sim, vamos só concluir aqui depois a questão dos pneus, só para te entregar da forma menos ruim possível. Os dianteiros estão todos com média 26. E os traseiros 26,2.
E aí, Cine, como é que resolveu aí? Não teve como tirar o Thales daqui.
Os traseiros estão configurados para 25,1, 24,4. Eu boto quanto aqui? Pronto.
É. E a suspensão e carroceria está marcada ou desmarcada? Já vi umas duas pancadas. Tomei umas duas pancadas, cara. Cara, eu acho que eu achei aquele negócio que você estava me perguntando, ó. Peraí. É quando abre a janela de pitch, né? De configuração de pitch. Peraí. Eu já olho aqui. Tá, vamos lá. 15h31. Eu achei aqui agora. Nove voltas, 15h20 aqui o tempo do meu stint. Ai, que bosta. Ok.
Quando amarelar, ele para. Então, amarelou, acho que é com 5, parece. Você vai fazer 2 direto? Vamos mudar aí a planilha, ver como é que ficou aí. Eu vou pegar o que? Depois de você? Ai. Entendi. Valeu.
Well done. Particularly the part you're never going to get. Great. Yeah, that's no way. Oh, gonna play through the top. Thanks.
E a partir de agora, a qualquer momento, eu já posso entrar no box, é isso? Tá. Ah, tu já entra agora na próxima.
O site? Ah, tô aqui. Tá on. Mas é só pra ver a posição, os tempos, né? Como é que você usa de spot esse pitfall? Ah, mas é aquilo que eu falei também antes. Quando eu for para fazer spot, eu acho que é bom ficar na sessão. Eu acho melhor. Tirar uma dúvida, no caso aí vocês dois estão logados, né? Se eu tentar logar, não vou conseguir, é isso? Ah,
Tá, tranquilo. Trinta segundos, olha. Quinze segundos. Oito. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Foi.
pegou sim.
Pegou.
Ixi,
Faster car coming up behind you.
travou mesmo. Caralho. Voltou? Aldemir, tá na escuta?
E agora o que é que eu tenho que fazer? Eu tenho que sair da sala, é isso?
É, isso que eu ia falar. Sai da sessão aí, que eu vou entrar como spotter rapidinho, vai descansar um pouco. Daqui a pouco você entra de novo.
Então eu vim aqui e vou sair.
Isso.
E... Aí. Sair.
Beleza, vai descansar um pouquinho. Eu vou ficar de spotter aqui uma meia hora com ele. Depois você entra.
Aí
Porque
depois sou eu de novo, é isso?
Isso.
E depois vocês assumem até o final.
Acho que sim.
Tá bom. Tranquilo. Tudo bom.
Faster car coming up behind you.
Te falar,
Tá muito estranho.
eu
Tá muito
senti
estranho.
muita diferença de quando escureceu.
Aham.
Seu farol tá aceso, sim? É, realmente, pra mim aparece apagado também.
Faster car coming up behind you. Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Fala, seu boi.
Opa.
E aí, Bruno? Vi teu primeiro cheat lá, pô, tu saiu da pista duas vezes, né? Eu tô reparando na transmissão, mano. Eu acho que a placa tá suportando não. Tá dando era de F. Tava reparando isso. Tu vai voltar quando agora?
Já tá jogando já.
De novo? É, tá com mais. Tá com menos um, verdade. Eu vou até ficar quieto.
Ixi. Foi.
Se tivesse um PS5, não ia passar por isso.
Também tô, velho. Tá. Ficou desorganizado também, cara. Não, tá. Eu acho que tá melhor sair mesmo, velho. Não, tá, já não deu certo com o Thales. Aí eu fiz duplo. Porra, saiu tudo de controle, velho. A gente já tá em último mesmo. Não, eu também não gosto não, mas paciência, pô. Fica pro aprendizado também, né? Talvez.